Man,
Turn the dial, turn it loud. Miami's pride, make us proud. CanesWear crew, you hear the crowd. Hurricanes ain't backing down. Every play, every score. Raising bets and raising roar. Rocking orange, green galore. All for one and one for four. We got FTSN, taking names, win it again. Broadcast fam, till the end. Tune in, now let's begin.
hello and welcome to the CanesWear podcast on this Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. Hope everyone had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Hopefully everyone's got something to be thankful for besides today's results, or at least today's preliminary results in the second to last poll. But wishing everyone again a happy holiday season. Most important thing is health and happiness. And while this is very, very important to us all, what Gio and I are doing right now, and to some people even more especially, there is other life, even though sometimes it's hard to find. And let's focus on the good things we have in life, and realize no matter what happens, this has been a fantastic season. The Canes, for the first time since 2002, that was the year that we got ripped off in the Ohio State Championship. The first time since 2002, we have won 10 games. And to get to those 10 games, we have won our last 4 in the regular season. We have not done that in 23 years. Won our last 4 games to close out a season. Now, we won our last 4 games, Mark Rick's 2017, the year we beat West Virginia in the whatever they call that bowl game, the one in Orlando. But we won 4 in a row. But if you remember, we won 4, lost 4, won 4, and then we went on that big winning streak the next year. But this is the first time. So no matter what happens, we're going into this. Hopefully, we're going to win the bowl game, whoever we play. Hopefully, it's on December 20th or 21st, and they figure this thing out. Obviously, we all know we're rooting against BYU, poor BYU, rooting against Alabama. We want them blown out, and then we feel we have a chance. But even if just one of them happens, I've seen plenty of people say, if BYU loses, we're going right up to Notre Dame. It'll be back-to-back right there, and then we are going to pass them. I'd like to tell you, I believe that 100%, but I thought that every single poll, and I especially thought at this poll. I mean, what is it? Anyway, WTF? I don't know if there's any kids watching. How the heck, the only team in America to beat a team and not be ranked ahead of that team. Every other team has this year and last year. And it's like, I know they put that buffer in, Gio, for BYU, so they wouldn't have us back-to-back. But I understand. BYU's had a pretty good year. They beat Arizona, okay, who's got 3 losses. They beat Utah, who's got 2 losses. They did get blown out by Texas Tech. But if you're going to put BYU ahead of us, why the heck wouldn't they be ahead of Notre Dame also? It just makes me crazy that they had to put them right in between. I really think they're not even looking at the results. They're not even looking at head-to-head. They're not looking at strength of schedule. They're not looking at common opponent. They're not looking at anything. They basically put the teams in the order they want, and then they explain them. And to me, the craziest thing is they asked Yurichek, whatever his name is, at the Reese Davis asked him, so what about, asked him a couple of questions, and he said, well, we're going to go ahead and review it again next week. Well, why didn't you review it this time? Why didn't you make it a clear path this time so we can understand? I mean, and in defense of Notre Dame, why is that Alabama? We're going to move them up a space because they played a really good first half. Did he? I think he said that. Did he? They played a really good first half. They're up 17-0. We all fell asleep in the second half. He said the whole committee fell asleep in the second half. We didn't see what happened, but they pulled on and hung on against the 5-6 mighty Tigers from Auburn. They pulled on, they fought it off, and they were lucky. Even the team without a coach. They did so well that we're going to move them up. Now, the only reason I think I hope they moved them up, so now they moved Notre Dame a little closer to us. But I really think we should have been ahead of Alabama. I thought we should have been ahead of Oklahoma, and we should have been ahead of Notre Dame. Now, yes, maybe I'm biased, maybe I'm a homer, but what the heck has Oklahoma done? What has Oklahoma done? What has Alabama really done? And Notre Dame, granted, who the heck did they beat? Their best thing they can say is, we have better losses than you. I mean, really? We have better losses. And don't get me started with Duke, Gio. They've got a better schedule. The tiebreaker for Duke, the tiebreaker there was the old tiebreaker when they had divisions in the conferences, correct? So each team was playing the same schedule so they could say strength of opponent. So now Duke got the advantage over Miami because we played the two teams that especially Virginia Tech from the Big East. We played Florida State and we played Virginia Tech, who were both 2-6 in the conference, and they got to play who we beat. Both them, we beat them both pretty much convincingly, and then they got credit for Virginia, who only lost one game, and for who was the other team? Georgia Tech, who lost 2 games in the conference, who Duke lost to both those. So they got credit for losing 2 teams. We got no credit for beating these 2 teams. It's like the CFP all over again.
Yeah, it's crazy how that ACC scenario played out. There are some conferences where they have it set up for tiebreakers where the team with the highest playoff ranking gets the spot in the conference championship, because naturally you would think that a commissioner of a conference would want his 2 best teams playing and fighting for a chance to play in the playoff, which it's so, I don't want to use the word because maybe there's children watching, but it's ASS backwards, basically. What is the tie-breaking situation with the ACC? It makes absolutely no sense. Miami got screwed over with it. People can say, oh, well, they should have beat SMU or should have beat Louisville. Look, that we've talked about those games plenty of times over this season, but the fact remains was Miami was in position there with the tiebreaker, and every other conference, they have it set up where the highest ranked winner, the highest ranked, their highest ranked playoff team within those tiebreakers would go on ahead to play the conference championship game. Not the ACC, though. We do it different over here. No logical sense in this era of college football. The other thing I'll say about these college football playoff rankings tonight, Brett, very simple. I know people are hyper-focused right now on the situation of BYU having to play Texas Tech. Let me theorize this for you, actually, Brett. So I think this is a little strategic move by the committee here to make sure Alabama gets in, and I'm going to explain why. Okay, so Alabama moves up after facing such a juggernaut in Auburn, who's not even playing 500 ball this year, right?
It was difficult.
That's such a great first half. So according to Juracek, the chairman of the College Football Playoff Board this year, now, since Alabama moves up to number 9, here's what's at play. So BYU is also in this discussion I'm about to bring up. So you know that buffer you're talking about between Miami and Notre Dame with BYU in there? They're leveraging it where, let's say if BYU wins their conference championship over Texas Tech, and let's say Alabama loses to Georgia this weekend, that Alabama would still find itself in the playoff, and they'll put the 2 Big 12 teams in. They'll keep Texas Tech, and BYU will stay in and move up. And Notre Dame will get the boot out of the playoff. If I'm Notre Dame fans, yeah, you're fighting with Miami fans, whatever. You want to start fighting with Alabama for the stunt that was just pulled by the committee tonight. Exactly. Because what they did was secure a spot for Alabama, win or loss this weekend is what happened. So they did that. So if you're a Miami fan, here's the thing. I know some people are saying, oh, well, if Alabama loses, they'll naturally move down. And then, BYU loses, they'll move down, we'll move up or whatever. And maybe it's Notre Dame and Miami in the playoff. I don't think the committee showed that tonight. That's what their idea is. If you're a Miami fan, you want Alabama to beat Georgia again, and you want BYU to lose. You don't want Alabama to lose because it makes things even more complicated just with this whole jumble of the rankings, because what they'll do is they'll swap Notre Dame with Alabama again just to keep Notre Dame in the playoff. as well. If you kept
I don't know
along,
about that, Gio. I think in a
I
perfect
think
world,
so.
Alabama gets beat by 3 touchdowns. I think if they get beat by more than
Well,
2 touchdowns,
if Alabama gets
yeah,
blown out, then
yeah.
that's all the thing. The thing is, historically, this is like even beyond Nick Saban being at Alabama. Georgia does not do well against Alabama.
Oh,
I think,
Alabama's going to win that game. There's no doubt in my mind Alabama beats them.
yeah, I don't know if it's a mental thing in Athens or whatever the case may be, but it doesn't matter if the coach is Kalen DeBoer or Nick Saban. Georgia's had a lot of struggles trying to get over that hump with beating Alabama head to head. So
They did beat them in the national championship, though, a few years ago.
yeah, they did. I'll give them credit for that, but definitely no guarantees going into that game. I do think Texas Tech is going to take down BYU. And I know many Hurricane fans look at that scenario and think, hey, well, let's say BYU goes down, Miami moves up to 11, Notre Dame at 10. The two teams finally close enough, or because the goalpost has been consistently moving within 3 spots, and we'll compare them and everything and this and that. And, they make the rules as they go.
You're in the same tier. No, now you got to be right together.
By the way, Brett, you look by the guidelines of their rules for how they create these rankings for the playoff. Nowhere in there does it say that, we'll compare teams if they're within 3 spots of each other. It's, you know what? It's crazy talk. The other thing is, let's say even if BYU goes down, which I do expect them to go down to Texas Tech. I don't think they beat Texas Tech. There's still no guarantee that the committee is going to do the right thing if Miami's at 11 by default because of BYU losing and then Notre Dame 10. There's still no guarantee because we haven't received it through all these weeks that they're actually going to move and respect the head-to-head of Miami over Notre Dame. But yet, I'll tell you this, they've respected the head-to-head of Oklahoma over Alabama. And Oklahoma, yes, they've had some good wins, but if you catch one of their games, that defense is carrying them through the season. That offense is downright putrid. They have 7 passing touchdowns through 12 games, Brett. That's terrible.
Unfortunately, one of them was against LSU on that drive.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to worry about them.
Perfect timing.
Exactly. That was, this team is terrible, but even a squirrel finds its nuts sometimes. Broken clock is right twice a day, but you're right. So we are assuming, though, that BYU is going to lose, and we are assuming we don't really know about Alabama. The fact that one thing I will say, Gio, people are excited and I was excited at first too when they asked Yurichek. Now, can teams move? Can teams like Miami? They don't ask if anybody else can move because they know Miami's being jobbed. Can teams like Miami move? He says, and then he just didn't say yes or no. He just repeated again. Last year, the exact same thing Elani did 2 minutes before. Last year, we decided that even when teams are not playing, that there could be movement. So does that mean we could pass BYU? Or can we pass another team that is not playing is the question. He didn't say anything about it. He just said we can make it still move because of those games. But he could just say, hey, Notre Dame was already ahead of us, so we're not going to put Miami ahead of Notre Dame. I personally believe this. They do not want Notre Dame. I think they'd rather have Notre Dame in there for whatever reason, obviously. They'd rather have both teams not in there than Miami over Notre Dame. I hate to say it. They'd rather have both teams out of there. That's why they have Alabama. And we know they're not, unless Alabama gets blown out, they're not going to drop below Notre Dame. I'd be pissed off if I was a Notre Dame fan.
Here's the crazy thing, Brett. Unless you're SEC, Big Ten, or you're independent like Notre Dame, your head-to-head wins, they mean nothing to this committee. They mean nothing. For example here, Texas A&M beat Notre Dame in the second game of their season this year, right after that Miami game. Texas A&M is still ranked ahead of Notre Dame despite losing to Texas this past week. Like I mentioned earlier, Oklahoma over Alabama. Oklahoma upset Alabama a few weeks ago. They're 1 spot ahead of Alabama. The only team on the bubble or in this discussion of like the top 13, 14, 15 teams, the only team that a head-to-head is not being respected at this point is the University of Miami.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Only team in the playoff discussion that is not having their head-to-head respected with another team that is in the playoff discussion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to say anymore. I really don't know what to say anymore. It's obvious that there's bias. Miami has played just as good as anyone in the country for the past month. They've won by a margin of an average of 27 to 28 points per game in this final month. Their offense is one of the top 25 groups in the country. The defense, they're literally 6th or 7th in the country as a total defense this year. Their defensive coordinator is up for one of the Assistant Coach of the Year awards now. Mm-hmm. He's a finalist for the award. He could potentially win it. And by the way, Miami also has one of the most electrifying players in college football this year. A guy who plays positionless football, Malachi Tony. He could play anywhere on the field.
Right.
You want to leave that out of the playoff? Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say. I do know what to say. That Notre Dame is covering up an injury for their running back, their star running back, and Jeremiah Love, who just went down this past week. They're covering up how serious it is.
Didn't he come back in the game, though?
He came out of the game, never went back.
He went back in the game, didn't he?
No.
And I thought he did. At least Notre Dame fans were saying that. And then he did that post. Obviously, we're all alluding to the post that he said, "Thank you, Notre Dame. It's been a blessing or pleasure." And then he came back with another post. Anyone that thought that I wasn't playing, ha, ha, ha. Of course, they're not going to tell anyone that their player's hurt. I mean, if he was gone, I hear Notre Dame playing. Even if he is gone, we've got the second best back in the country next. It's like, who the heck wants to see this? I can see they want to put Jeremiah Love on TV. I could see if we were in the playoffs, I'd want to promote Malachi Tony, promote our defense. I mean, like when you've got Colin Coward, who really does not like Miami, and you've got Paul Feinbaum, who does not like Miami, and they are talking about Miami. Everybody outside of that, whatever I want to call him, Joey Galloway, well, there's no guarantee they're going to play well. I can give the committee the benefit of the doubt by saying we had lost 2 out of 3 games. Everybody thought it was over for us. Everybody was singing taps and playing taps on their instruments. It was over for the Canes. Same old Canes. Mario's 4-11 in November. They had the count 1, 2, 3. And you know what? We won a game. And then we won another game. And then we won another game. And then we blew out Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh because we can't win in cold weather. And we know in 2017, Pittsburgh beat us. And we know they didn't care about the Notre Dame game as much because it wasn't a conference game. And their coach was pissed off that Notre Dame is not in the conference, but they get to play. That's what he was upset about. But against Miami, they wanted to win that game badly. I'm not saying they didn't want to win it against Notre Dame, but this was a big game for them. They just blew out. And now we blow them out. And we stay in the same spot.
You know what's funny about all this with the discussion between Miami and Notre Dame? So it starts leaking out today, actually, and much credit to a good buddy of mine with the Miami Herald, Barry Jackson, does a really good job covering the Heat and the Dolphins. And he shared this today that there's a lot of discussion that Miami and Notre Dame, through industry sources with schedules and TV rights and everything, that Miami and Notre Dame will match up on November 7th next year over there at Notre Dame's house. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Miami's got to play that to open their season, at Hard Rock Stadium or whatever. Wonderful. When I brought up the question before that I asked people over X, which it was a very polarizing question because a lot of people agreed. A lot of people said, no, that's called being scared, whatever, to cancel that game. I had brought up the question, whether Miami should or should not cancel that game. So Miami doesn't want to cancel. And it should be obvious that they don't want to cancel that matchup. But the fact that it'll be played late season next year, much better for implications. But then again, who's to say if they don't want to respect that one either? Because, when you talk about a resume A resume is an entire body of work, not just, oh, well, you played that game on August 31st. You know, a lot of Notre Dame fans say that too. They say, oh, that's a game from August. That means nothing. It was literally August 31st. By midnight, it was already September. The season began. You know, they always say, oh, that game was in August. But let's be real. The game was really September. August was already over.
Correct. Yeah. People say, oh, it's way back in August 31st.
August 31st. It's basically September.
It's amazing. I agree. But, you know, I do think, first of all, Miami, I don't believe Miami, as you know, can't back out of the game. Because if we did not play Notre Dame this year, we wouldn't even be, we'd probably be where Virginia was. Virginia would be higher than us because we would have played nobody. Granted, we would have beat Pittsburgh. I'm sorry. But, you know, but we would have lost the 2 other games. Who knows what would have happened if we didn't play Notre Dame. But I think we have to play Notre Dame. We have to be relevant. We're not, as much as we think we're this big powerhouse nationally. I mean, if Miami could, they couldn't get a contract like Notre Dame could right now. They don't have the fans and everything like that. They could have in the 80s, of course, but when they were independent at one time. But so we have to play Notre Dame. So I don't think if we don't beat Notre Dame this year, we're just sitting here right now, Gio, watching the poll and seeing us 17 or 18 and screaming, why are we 17 and 18? But the fact that we beat Notre Dame, not that we're ahead of them, but we're where we are. That being said, next year.
I think the reality is both teams are helping each other out.
Correct.
In terms of their ranking, but Miami's the one team being treated like the ugly stepchild in the rankings just because. Basically, just because all the other head-to-heads are being respected. And I got something to paint a picture for everyone. So the idea of the playoff is you want the teams to be competitive, right? You want everyone to be capable of like making some type of run within that playoff, like very competitive, a good show, good for ratings and views. Now, here's the thing, though. The 2 teams that are in the only discussions right now to play in the playoffs that Notre Dame played this year during the season, they lost to. They lost to Miami and they lost to Texas A&M. I'm tired of hearing this diatribe week after week from Notre Dame fans saying, you lost 2 unranked games. You lost 2 unranked games. That's why you're not going to get in. It's garbage. It's baloney. It's absolute baloney because they treat a team like SMU like, oh, they're trash.
Exactly.
You know, they treat them like they're a 3-win team when they're 8-4. They've won more games in the ACC than anybody the last 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
They've been successful in the conference.
That's why I wanted them to win. I wanted them to win their game this week as well and be in the top 25. So, I thought that was huge when they gave up those. But you're right. They look at SMU and Louisville, who are top 30, 35 teams. They're probably top 30. And they're like, terrible. You know why they were terrible losses? Because we were so good that they made us gigantic favorites.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have been that big of a favorite in SMU. We should not have been almost a 3-touchdown favorite.
You know, and for example, like I've seen Notre Dame fans, they point to their game with Texas A&M. They said, oh, you know, we had missed calls in that game. We should have won that game. The same thing happened to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn on the tape against SMU, like I hear people constantly talking about it. Oh, we shouldn't have lost to SMU. We shouldn't have lost to SMU. I don't care how bad Miami played that day.
We were ripped off.
It was an absolute, just the most disgusting display of ACC officiating that I've seen the past 2 seasons. And Miami's dealt with some pretty ridiculous situations. That SMU game takes the cake, especially those last 3 minutes of that game. Oh my goodness, that's a clinic for what not to do. It's a referee. Like that's totally putting your mark on the game. Basically what they did. So I don't care when people say, oh, you know, Miami, you know, they shouldn't have lost that game. Yeah, they shouldn't have lost that game. They absolutely shouldn't have. But you know what? Despite how bad they played, they got screwed over. Like I'm calling a spade a spade. They got screwed over against SMU. You turn on the tape.
The interference call, the picking up the flag, the fumble, which was earlier in the game where we scored a touchdown and they said no fumble. It's like they did everything they possibly. That's why there was a post by Chuck Todd today. I don't know if you saw it. It was just recently. Let me just see this real quick. Great post about the SEC. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Let's see. I assume the commissioner of the ACC will resign if the conference gets completely left out of the CFP. Ultimately, their bad tiebreaker scenario has put the conference in a terrible position. And let's not forget the ACC's lack of spine after 3 years of getting bullied by the ESPN CFP. FSU in 23, Miami in 24, and now 5. Do something, Commissioner Phillips. Anything. Show some real anger and fight. Where the hell is he?
Don't know where he is right now, but there was interesting information shared earlier today. Apparently, both of his children, they go to Notre Dame. It was made public information today. He also had a pit stop at Notre Dame throughout his administrative career. So, yeah, quite a doozy there just to go down the whole rabbit hole.
That's why Notre Dame is allowed to do what they're doing in our conference by shitting on everybody. The Big Ten, if Notre Dame had to pick a conference, they would not be picking the ACC. They'd be going to the Big Ten, not the ACC. Yeah. The only reason they're not doing this with the Big Ten is the Big Ten's a real conference, and they say, F you, Notre Dame. You can't do that with us. You think you're going to play basketball and baseball but not football? We don't need you.
You see, here's my thing. If I were the teams that have Notre Dame on their schedule in the future or whatever, I'd start canceling it. I was dead serious about that question, saying, should Miami cancel it or not or whatever. Obviously, it's not going to be canceled now, but what benefit is there if you play them and let's say you're an ACC team or even a Big 12 team, because the Big 12 doesn't get treated too well either. If you're in either one of those conferences, why would you want to play Notre Dame if you're in the hunt for a playoff appearance? There's no reason to. It's not going to be respected. It's being shown in front of everyone. No matter how much that you and me discuss it, or the national news discusses it, or we have the Secretary of the State and President Trump even making a comment about it earlier this afternoon, or you have the governor of Florida even doing that as well. Like he's trying to champion for Miami as well, saying like, no, they should be in. Like, this is absolutely wrong what they're doing. Why is it? This is a crazy system that we have 12 guys who congregate in a room for hours and say, oh, I think this team is better. I think that team is better. What is the difference between that and having fans choosing, saying, I want this team to go to the playoffs. I want that team. In what world does that make sense?
Because head-to-head, which I asked Google AI, what is it? It's like, oh, head-to-head number one, or strength of schedule right there, 1 or 1A, and then we got common opponent. But they have all been replaced by, you know what? The eye test. We are no longer care about head-to-head. We no longer care about common opponent. F strength of schedule. It's the eye test by Uhrenberger, whatever his name is. One of those guys who are like, I mean, there's their eye test. They don't even, because Alabama played a good game in the first half. We're going to give it to them. We're going to move them up right now. 17-0, Mando, in the first half. Forget that the second half, they almost gave the game away.
Mando, you know,
a secondary coach.
You know why they did that with Alabama's ranking?
To me, what's up, guys? Sorry, my kid's been a little under the weather.
Mando. No
I'm
kids
trying to be on for a little while. My kid's been sick, so I apologize for jumping on late. But that man sat in front of a camera and said that Alabama was gutsy with a 4th down call against 5-6 Auburn. Lord knows I hate Notre Dame more than anybody. They leapfrog Notre Dame because they were gutsy on 4th down against a 5-6 team.
Yes,
that's where you're staring into a camera and telling everybody? What?
6, 7, 5, 6.
No, to your question, Gio, to me, that tells me that answered my question that we were discussing in the last couple of days. If they lose Saturday, they're in. They're not falling out of the top 12. They're absolutely in.
Yeah.
So
And
Now
actually,
you got to.
the other scenario, the other scenario I pointed out. Tell me if you agree with this, Mando, because I'm just going by what the committee continues to show, because they continue to kick the can down the road and try to avoid the Miami Notre Dame thing. Let's paint this picture real quick again. Let's say BYU loses to Texas Tech, which I do expect to happen again.
Right.
And let's say Alabama loses to Georgia. What do you think about this when the committee decides to flip-flop Notre Dame with Alabama, leave Alabama at 10, and leave Miami on the outside looking in?
Oh, and that they probably and that's a good point. They probably discussed this because what is it? The buffer they keep talking about. So the last thing the committee wanted was us to blow out Pitt or be one spot behind them. So their nightmare, of course. So I think somebody posted a little while ago, this was calculated. Yeah, you don't explain something like that. Like a fourth down gutsy call. Yeah, I give DeBoer credit. It was a gutsy call, but that's why they leapfrogged Notre Dame, because of that call.
Exactly.
So now if they lose, right, they could use the excuse, Alabama lost. We're going to drop them a spot, put Notre Dame at 9, keep Miami at 11, 12, and they're technically not in the same pod or tier or whatever crap language they want to use. Yeah, would that surprise me? No, of course not. At this point, I don't know what they're doing. So
5 points. We should have got an extra 5 points from Malachi Tony throwing a touchdown. You guys moved up 2 spots because of that play. That play was the difference. A courageous play by Mario.
At this point, the only thing I do know is that we need, obviously, goes without saying, we need BYU to lose. Now, beyond that, Duke, UVA, you tell me, who are we going? I don't even know what to say, because if Duke wins, then you get 2 G5 teams in, right? Is that correct? Am I wrong?
Stupidest thing.
Yeah, I don't think at this point, it really doesn't matter what happens with that ACC game.
Okay.
Either it'll be Virginia in there, or if Duke wins, then you're going to have 2 G5s for 11 and 12. Okay. That's basically that there. It's basically stood the same way, like I said, since the first week, that Miami needs to be number 10 to get in, and still staying till today. But let me see.
Number 10, he said.
5th edition of the rankings now.
So ideally, what do we want to happen in the Georgia-Alabama game?
So
50-0.
Here's the scenarios that you want to happen. You absolutely want BYU to lose. If BYU wins, the dream is over. It's over. Exactly.
Now, if it's a 1-point game, if it's a 1-point game, Gio, I think BYU still makes it. Just like SMU lost a close one last year. We all thought SMU wouldn't make it.
I think Big 12 is being treated very badly by the committee as well, to be honest.
Oh, I've been telling people last couple of days, they will take a 3-loss Alabama over a 2-loss BYU 100 out of 100 times.
Yeah.
To me, it's not even a discussion. They will.
Will they take it over a 2-loss Miami and a 2-loss Notre Dame?
Well, if they move them up to 9, they're not going to. At this point, they're not going to. 98%, they're getting in.
He said at the end. He said when they asked him, he said, well, "Can teams move?" And he said, "Last year they couldn't. This year we discussed they could. They could move." Then he asked him again, "So Miami can move?" He said, "Last year where they couldn't. This year they could." But does that mean we can move ahead of BYU if they lose?
Well, let me ask you this. We're all Miami fans here, but let me ask you this: how ridiculous this thing whole looks. We've been at this now, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks? We've been behind Notre Dame the whole time. So you're going to tell me, and I'd be ecstatic if it happened, you're going to tell me this Sunday, all of a sudden Miami leaps Notre Dame. Why now?
Mondo's dropped the mic and left.
Yeah, Mondo's pissed. So some people have been asking the questions like, what's the scenario I'm trying to paint? Regardless, you need BYU to lose. You absolutely need BYU to lose to have any hope. And then you want Alabama to win. I think it would be a nightmare scenario if Alabama loses as well, because that's absolutely the card they're going to try to pull out, the committee. They're going to try to pull the card and say, you know what? Let's just flip-flop them. Let's move Notre Dame back ahead. We'll move Alabama 1 spot back. And then Alabama will still be in the playoffs. So you want Alabama to win and you want BYU to lose. And you hope You hope and you pray that somehow the committee will finally respect that, hey, you know, Miami and Notre Dame, they played head to head. They're literally within one spot of each other. You know what? Miami won it. They got it done on the field. But again, through all these weeks, it's like, what do you expect? Like, do people really think they're going to actually do that?
It's hard for me to believe, like Mando just said, hard for me to believe that all of a sudden out of nowhere we're going to jump. We're all hoping when they're 9 and 10 that we can jump them. That's what we're hoping for. They're going to, now we're going to compare Miami and last week we're comparing Miami but no. Yurachek said we can't compare them that much because there's BYU in the middle, Gio. Little BYU is there. We can't compare the two teams when BYU is there.
I got a good question. We got a good question here from Mike Webb. He said, why in the F would you want Bama to win? I'll tell you why. They already set it up with the rankings. Win or loss, Alabama is in this year's playoff.
Unless they get blown out and Simpson goes down or something like that.
Yeah, they would have to be blown off the field by Georgia to change any scenario of that. And I don't expect Alabama to get blown out by Georgia.
I don't know. I think they're going to win the game.
So win or loss, Alabama's in unless they just get completely destroyed on that field. It's better if they win, so the committee doesn't try to pull that stunt of, hey, let's just flip Alabama and Notre Dame again. Correct. And then, you know, everyone else is screwed.
By the way, Gio, I understand. That's why we need either a little minuscule win by Georgia. An overtime win or something like that is not going to do it for us. We need a 3-touchdown win by Georgia, and I don't want to root for anybody to get hurt, but we need 3-touchdown win. And then we need BYU to get blown out. Mando, you were on a big point before you went blank. You want to start that over?
No, not blank. I had to put the kid to sleep in the room. But where was I? Yeah, this whole thing, and I'm not usually the big complainer type, but it's apparent. It's BS. It's bullshit. The whole thing. Yeah, of course, I want the Canes to get it 1,000%. To my point was, you've been behind Notre Dame for weeks. So you're going to tell me in the last they're going to make this Miami's going to get in the last day?
Exactly.
Notre Dame and Miami are not even playing this week. Just think about that. How stupid that is. It's. I mean, I hope we do get in, of course, but it makes no sense. It really is crazy. The whole thing is nuts. But
no, totally, it is nuts. But we're going to get to some questions and comments. Before we do that, we're on the FTSN network. Bobby and the team do a phenomenal job on their network. So please like and subscribe. They got a lot of great material on other podcasts as well. Like and subscribe them. Please also feel free to share the video. Let everybody know you're watching. We are sponsored by CanesWear, The Spot, South Florida, and All Miami Fan Shop. CanesWear got in Davie, got tons of new stuff, great items coming in every day. All teams. We just had a big sale this weekend. We may have some other sales too. So remember to download our app. Lots of great things coming out of the store. We have our doorbusters going on all through the holidays where things are 50 to 70% off. I'm going to be adding things to it all the time. Been doing lots of fun things. So check it out. Download our mobile app, please. And follow us, CanesWear.com. And you can see a lot of great stuff. So let me go over some questions, guys. Mando, you joined us late. Anything else to add before we go on to the comments?
No, I do want to. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of good comments as usual. Because last few weeks, everybody's been bringing us strong. But I do want to say, regardless of what happens going forward, and I am not one for participation trophies and all that, but we sat here 4 or 5 weeks ago. We were all down in the dumps, all three of us, everybody chiming in. This team is really impressed. I mean, Captain Obvious here, but the coaching staff, the players, they could have gone in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
They turned it up. The committee said they wanted quote unquote consistency. Well, we're playing arguably as good as anybody in the country right now.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe outside Ohio State, maybe because they're like on another level. But what I saw Saturday, that was crazy. I don't think there was nobody, even the most ardent big Cane fan, I thought we were going to blow them out like that. That was an annihilation. That was like serious. It was so exciting, and I hope we get in. But if hopefully next year we play them again in November. It looks like we're November 7th next year up in South Bend, and we'll see what happens. I said for months and months that anything less than a playoff spot would be a major disappointment, and sure it would be, but last 4 weeks has been an eye opener. They've really, really done a number and played Hurricane football. They've really been doing a great job.
We are a different team. If we don't lose that game to SMU, are we still playing Mario Leatherhead football? Run up the middle, run up the middle, run up the middle, or do we change? I think we change for the better.
Yeah, I'm usually not the type that I think Nick Saban said, or usually people after a loss, oh, it was the best thing for them. I usually hear that. I'm like, yeah, whatever. But in this specific case, I think it may have been because the head man heard all the chatter and I'm sure had a lot of talks with people behind the scenes. And I mean, it's one thing to look at scoreboard watching, but if you watched every game like we do and every play, it's a different team, especially on the offensive side of the ball. You saw play calls that were not even close to what were happening prior to that SMU game. So if it ends up being a better thing for the future, hey, it is what it is. It's fine.
Good point. Too bad we didn't do this after Louisville loss, of course. And but it is what it is. So one last thing before we jump to the questions. When you got guys like Nick Saban saying, okay, who obviously knows a little bit about football, that if Miami gets in, they are going to be the most dangerous team out there, okay? You got Paul Feinbaum, who hates Miami and loves the SEC, unless there's been some divorce, I don't know, that Miami should definitely be in. You got Colin Coward, who hates Miami as well.
I know.
That we should be in. Everybody is out there fighting for Miami right now. And the fact that we were 10-2 last year and we didn't get in, we were 10-2 this year. And this team, to me, has a better case than last year. Because last year we lost a few games, 2 out of 3 games, 2 out of 4 games. This year we are coming on fire. And if anything can be said, I said before the beginning of the show, Mando, I did say that this is the first team since 2002, the year we lost to Ohio State in the championship. We got ripped off by them because we're always getting ripped off. I don't want to play victim, but there we go. First time since then that we've won 10 games in the season, and we've won the last 4 games in the regular season to get to it.
Yeah.
All the other year, we have not won 4 in a row and finished with 10 or more wins.
We saw in the FSU game on ABC. They posted that graphic that Mario was 4-11 in November and December here, and I know we lost to SMU November 1st, but a lot of positive last few weeks for sure.
All right, let's get to the questions and comments. Brett is fired up. Let's effing go. And yes, I am fired up. Someone said, Brett, are you going to be quiet today? I said to my son as we're watching the thing, and my wife as I'm watching the show, and I said, Dad, are you going to get upset? I said, Garrett, I'm not going to say a word if they don't pick us in there. I'm just going to sit there and relax. I'm okay with it. The second it was like, and look at me, I said, I tried.
Oh, man. A whole 3
All
seconds,
right.
huh?
Miami Sports 72. What's up? Thanks for joining the show. Thanks for joining the show as well.
That's
Mr. Jake. Good evening, Brett, Gio, Mando, and the Canes fan. Thanks for joining us. Juan Manuel Ventura, 8203 today, guys. The CFP and ESPN SEC are dirty sons of a beaches. Notre Dame is a dirty disease hoe. All right, let's see.
That's usually Juan Manuel midnight content.
This is after midnight, exactly. Manuel. Good job, Manuel. We know where you stay. Don't hold back. And this is also after midnight from Juan Manuel. Miss Hudson and Big Bill are upset in Chapel Hill. I like that, the rhyme, of the treatment Miami is getting from the CFP. Bill says CFP should be spanked and whipped raw like Miss Hudson does. Big Bill.
Oh, jeez.
That's why this is the After Midnight show. It's Juan Manuel is on a roll here. Gio, are you feeling good about tomorrow's signing day? Can Florida players hit the 15-day portal window now that they have their coach? Tell Mario to go do some Gator shopping.
Yeah, there's some players already from Florida that had put some feelers out before even the portal opening up. So how many would it be? Say it's actually 2 that have put feelers out through their agents about what's the interest from other teams and whatnot. We'll see if it actually happens. Now, in terms of signing day, I'll share it here because we're literally on the eve of. I've mentioned it over the past week, 2 weeks, that I could see Miami getting 2 additions, one on offense, one on defense, particularly a linebacker, potentially a running back. And they're still shooting at the big defensive linemen that they have, like about a trio of guys or a quartet they've been going after. Still don't think that's very likely right now, though. So I think at most Miami adds 2 more tomorrow, and then if anything else remains, because there's a lot of drama that happens with signing day, and sometimes kids say, "Hey, I'm going to hold off. I'm not going to sign right now." Sometimes that happens, so we'll see. But I anticipate 2 more additions.
How good can FSU's recruiting be now that Norvell is coming back? They've got to be looking at it and saying, any player says nothing's changing there. I mean, the same guy is coming back. They've been awful for 3 of the last 4 years. I mean,
I don't think it's going to get much better, honestly. They've had issues recruiting through the high school ranks. Their evaluations have been a little off too. They have recruited a little bit better this year from high school, but just what the standard is at Florida State, it's not there right now.
Mm-hmm. Hassan, welcome to the show. Good evening, Gio, Brett, and Mando. We got screwed by the playoff committee, but I still think we'll get in next week. And Mando, go to bed so your wife doesn't turn off the lights on you 4 a.m. work, remember. Lights out. The listeners and viewers are very concerned about Mando.
Yes. The lights are on so far.
Lights out. We thought it was lights out after you just started like 2 minutes ago. We said she cut them off quickly today, didn't she?
No. We got time.
ESPN, you filthy stank hoe, Juan Manuel. All right. Why? Okay, let's see. We need to 1 milligram epinephrine. We need to drop Notre Dame and stop scheduling what's that? P4. All we do is help Notre Dame's strength of schedule, which is true. We did help them. Gio was definitely for that. I was not. So I think a lot of people are more siding with Gio, though.
Well, Miami already said they're not canceling the game next season.
Correct. And I don't think it'd be good for Miami. If we didn't play Notre Dame this year, I know people say it didn't help us. We'd probably be ranked number 17 right now.
They've both helped each other out this year, but the problem is that Miami's one of 3 teams in the playoff discussion right now that their head-to-head not being respected.
Totally.
Well, somebody had a good point earlier today, a little while ago, that also what counted against Miami in as far as these college football playoff rankings was when the initial ranking came out. Correct. It was right around when they lost 2 out of 3.
It was exactly.
So maybe if it would have started 3 weeks prior or 3 weeks after, it's just unfortunate.
You're right. That's a great point. Why not start it off the first week?
Yeah.
I mean, can they? I mean, I know it's all excitement and everything like that.
Yeah, because the first one literally came out a week or 2 after they went on their little losing streak.
Yeah, it was perfect timing. Miami needs to take advantage of Clemson and FSU being down. Our only path to the playoffs is by way of the ACC championship game. Build a team to win the ACC. We definitely would like to. Gilbert Reyes, this is upsetting. We agree with you, Gilbert. Rich Millennial, I think we need BYU to lose so we jump them, but we also need Bama to win. This guy's got this is before you actually.
That's the right idea.
Yeah, great idea. Gio thought about that. Didn't think about that. If
So-
they lose and create that gap, is this Gio's account? If they lose and create that gap between Miami and Notre Dame, that hurts our chances. We need to be right next to each other. Gio and Rich said the same exact thing, and Rich said it first before he even came on. So good job, Rich. 1 milligram. We knew this was the outcome weeks ago. We kind of knew things could happen.
So basically, am I wrong in saying that ideally, yes, we know BYU is a 2-touchdown dog, so we definitely need them to lose, but they probably will. So we should probably, well, the opposite. We should probably, shouldn't we? That we should be rooting for Alabama.
Yeah, that's what
you want to root for.
Game we don't want.
You want to be a big Alabama and Texas Tech fan this weekend if you want Miami to have any remote chance. With how they
unless Georgia destroys them, but they won't. More chance Alabama will destroy Georgia. I don't even think Georgia's that good.
Yeah, but they always play tight games. I don't see that being a blowout either way. I mean,
Gio's going to get his wish. If it goes Miami against Notre Dame and they pick Notre Dame, there's going to be some explaining to do. A lot of people feel they're not putting this in. And what Mando said a minute ago, why are they going to change now? The only chance they do if we're back up. But some people say they'll put. I was glad to see Texas behind us, Vanderbilt behind us. But can they move one of those teams?
Well, hold on a second. Why is Texas ahead of Vanderbilt? Oh, maybe because Texas beat Vanderbilt earlier this season? Interesting, right? You know.
It's still the 3-loss versus 2-loss. So, but you're right.
There you go.
Yes, I agree. Mr. Jake says he's exhausted from being pulled through this BS. I agree. Yep. Let's see what we got here. Okay, yes, we are not imbeciles, Jake. They need to stop mentioning us in bullshit scenarios. Hassan, Gio, hopefully we get some exciting news tomorrow for NSDI with Oregon. With Oregon, Coach might go to Cali. Will Tank Jones might jump to Miami? And if not, do you think Miami will go after the USC transfer Cordova?
So he's talking about the situation with the Oregon DC potentially taking a new job. Yeah. Which is Tosh Lupoy going to Cal and whatnot. We'll see. That is the one name that I've mentioned consistently over and over. If I think Miami could make a surprise splash with someone, it's Tank Jones, but we'll see. We'll see going in tomorrow. I don't have a lot of buzz on that tonight. However, his other question, which transfer was he talking about?
Transfer was Tank Jones. Is that the transfer? Or Cordova? USC to Cordova.
Gus Cordova. I'm not sure if Miami will go after him right now.
Just who's leaving us, Gio? Who are we losing this year, out of curiosity?
I know a few receivers are leaving. I know they're losing from what I understood is a defensive back or two. And that's about the gist of it that I have right now. But
who's graduating or going or
leaving? You have like over 30 seniors leaving.
What, 30 seniors?
Yeah, not all guys are guys that are like heavy contributors and whatnot or whatever. It just all varies.
But we have several key contributors leaving.
Let's put it this way. So you got Beck leaving. It's likely that Fletcher doesn't come back another year. Most running backs, they want to get their 3 and get out and then work towards their second contract in the league. Daniels will be gone. Tony Johnson will be gone. Marion will be gone. Bauman will be gone. There's a chance Markel Bell could come back. They're still dealing with that waiver, the JUCO waiver that guys like Diego Pavia and Malik Benson got approved for, but not everyone gets approved, so it's still kind of up in the air. Mauno will be gone. Cooper will be gone. Brockermeyer. Defensive line-wise, Blay will be gone. Bain will be gone. Who else? Mesidor will be gone. You're going to lose your linebackers, too. The Saint and Teray, they're graduating. They got no more eligibility. Your cornerbacks, you don't have anyone moving on aside from Charles Brantley. And then safety, you're going to lose Jacoby Thomas. So those are key guys. But Miami still got other guys with those positions. So it's not like how would I say it? I guess the concern comes in about offensive line. Like, who are the replacements? Because you're going to have anywhere between 3 to 4 replacements.
So the cupboards won't be bare.
Yeah, no, it won't be bare. It won't be bare.
We should be. You think we'll be, depending on what our quarterback is, we should be ranked next year top 20. Maybe I don't know if we'll be ranked top 10, but and the only reason that's important is, I guess, because if the higher ranked you are at the beginning, the more you can keep that ranking if you keep winning.
Yeah, I think it'll mostly depend on who Miami ends up getting at quarterback for what their ranking will be going into next year. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, let's say if Sam Levitt decides to hit the portal and Miami lands a guy like him, I think Miami would be heavily favored to potentially be a top 10 team to open the year. Now, if they get someone different, maybe not of that same caliber, you may be looking at top 15, top 20.
With the 2 guys they got, I mean, with obviously with Nichols and obviously Emery will come back and Coleman, do you think any of those guys could make a difference next year if they're the guy?
I don't think as of right now. I do like Coleman a lot. I do believe, though, he's going to need that year to process things. I don't think it would be a wise idea to throw him into the fire right away.
But Ohio State's playing with a freshman quarterback, right? Is he a redshirt or is he?
He's a redshirt freshman.
Okay, but they're still doing that. Hassan, Gio, hopefully we got that one. 1 milligram. They won't tell us we're definitely out because they want us watching their show Sunday. My son said the same thing.
True.
It's all about ratings at this point. But make no mistake, we ain't getting in. My son Garrett said the same. They just want our ratings. I said, how much? They do want our ratings.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. If I'm Mario Cristobal and the administration at Miami, do not allow any camera crews to come into your locker room on Selection Sunday. Mm-hmm. Turn them away.
Yes.
Turn them away because it may be a setup just to plaster you all over national media with disappointment.
True.
Yep.
You don't want to be the bride left at the altar or the guy on draft day that doesn't go to the second or third round. Mr. Jake, and don't even get me started on the ACC championship game. How the hell do you leave your best team out and put a team like Duke with a trash record instead? It's not even comical. This is so true. It's outdated. It's crazy. Their tiebreaker is set for the old conference when they played the same schedule.
Oh, it's going to get changed. They're definitely changing that.
Instead, Duke gets credit for losing to Virginia and Georgia Tech, who both had good records. We get no credit for beating Virginia Tech and Florida State, who totally single-handedly ruined our ACC championship game by finishing, 4-12 in the conference?
Yeah.
As pissed as we are, we could be Florida State. So just think about that for a minute. Hassan, you're right. Okay, let's say Miami Sports, what's up? The committee sabotaged the live, didn't they? Yes, I do believe the committee sabotaged this whole thing. A-Train, Rainy Day Pod, what's up? Good, glad you can join the show. Bleed Orange and Green, his heart is broken right now. We feel it with you. Trey Hendricks, Gio, what needs to happen for Notre Dame to stay at 10 so the head-to-head can come into play? And you said
Alabama winning and BYU losing.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I've brought that scenario up over and over again, because some people have jumped to the conclusion. They're like, oh, well, if Alabama loses, they'll be out.
Correct.
No.
The way they've set it up, they've literally manipulated the rankings. There is no reason why Alabama jumped Notre Dame after playing a team that was under 500 and playing them down to the wire. There's no reason why they should have jumped.
Wait a minute. They had that gutsy fourth down call.
They had that gutsy performance.
Down call against an under 500 team. So gutsy.
So ridiculous.
Plus, they shut him out in 2 quarters.
Crazy.
Let's see.
Wait, Brett, hold on. You know what's funny that you said that they shut him out in 2 quarters? There's this chick. I believe she works for CBS. She does something of betting or whatever. And she was talking
I saw that.
Miami Notre Dame situation. Get a load of this. She said, "Oh no, I think something. The committee's taking into account, the first half spreads of Miami in these games, whatever." I'm like, I literally listened to that. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're talking about first half spreads? What? On what?
I think we should get a point for Malachi beating the over-under on receiving the last few weeks. He crushed it. First half spreads. Like I say, they put the teams in the ranking, and then they decide what they're going to say. The narrative comes after the rankings. We're going to move Alabama up. Let's say they did a courageous play with that feel to win the game. On top of that, they shut him out for 30 minutes of a 60-minute game. That's why they play 60 minutes.
Yeah, because this guy has to know before he goes on camera, he's going to be grilled and asked these questions. Like, that's the best he came up with?
That's the best he got for the job. I think the reason that other guy quit, the guy that ran it before, that scandal was he was going to vote for Miami.
Who knows?
That's probably what happened.
Crazy.
So do you think CanesWear could sue the CFP guys? What about you guys? If anyone thinks we should sue the CFP, now I know fans, but there is going to be a huge monetary loss here. So if anyone thinks we should sue, just chime in during the show. if CanesWear should sue the CFP and all of their individual members. Okay, I'm not gonna. I was gonna put that on X, but I'll just say it here on the podcast.
I think Reese Davis was about to ask that question next about CanesWear on ESPN.
Exactly. I'm going to reach out to him, and you know what? May have to have just everybody that's anybody come into the office.
It affects a lot of people. Apparel.
Oh, sure.
Stores. Merchandise. Even the school itself. Like, for example, I had someone argue. Like, obviously, Miami's not canceling the game with Notre Dame, but it's definitely a hotly debated topic whether they should or shouldn't. I had someone talk about this with me and they were like, oh, they could stand to lose millions from not playing the Notre Dame game. And I said, yeah. And you know how many millions they could lose from being ejected from the playoff?
Exactly.
Much more that stands in that Notre Dame game. Much more.
But next year we're playing Notre Dame. It is our toughest game, we know, correct? We don't really have a difficult schedule. So we need to have a decent team. If not, we're going to be behind. Unless we go undefeated, we're going to be behind every team that's undefeated. And we know if 12 teams are undefeated, Miami could easily be 13th.
Yeah,
if we're undefeated.
Well, you know what? I'm looking forward to, if Miami has one loss or undefeated at that point of the season, let's say they beat Notre Dame on the road. I'm ready for it when they try to explain. Oh yeah, no, we still got Notre Dame ahead of them. It's nothing happened.
But no, I'm ready to say win or lose. Win or lose, it's either a good quality win or a great quality loss, depending on who wins the game. Miami wins, it's a good quality win. But did you see that loss by Notre Dame?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, nobody loses like Notre Dame.
That's the point I was bringing up earlier. That they talk about the quality losses. Isn't the idea of the playoffs that you want teams to be so the two teams with a pulse that they played that won over 10 games this year, they lost to.
They got to do something. I mean, you could already tell this is probably going to go to 16 teams, and that's what I figured was going to happen once they went from 4 and started raising it to 12 and all that. But
here's the caveat. Here's the caveat, Mando, that no one's talking about right now. The SEC and Big Ten, they're in cahoots together.
They won.
Here's a news flash for everyone if you don't remember this. But back in the summer and before the season, they were lobbying for it that we want a 16-team playoff. And we want you to give us 4 automatic bids for the SEC and 4 automatic bids for the Big Ten. And everyone else can get the scraps. And that doesn't include if they get other teams in from their own conferences aside from their 4 automatic bids.
Doesn't surprise me.
Crazy.
Doesn't surprise me.
We should start our own league. Just say you guys in the SEC and you guys can stay. We'll just get everybody else together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy because college football it's my favorite thing. You got college baseball has the regionals and the World Series. Basketball's got this 64, 68, whatever it is. Pro sports have a good playoff system, but it seems like it's the only. I think somebody said it today. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, but with a pathetic playoff system. It's like teams like Miami, like Vanderbilt's hot. Pavia, Texas is playing better. Yeah. Manning seems to have finally woken up. Like these are teams that could maybe make a run, and they're not going to probably have a chance. It's ridiculous.
Well, Vanderbilt is loaded. They're like a top 20 school in endowments. They've got like $10-11 billion. I mean,
they're having a really good season.
So they decide that they want to get into it. Virginia, too. These schools have so much money if they want to put it to sports. And sports is such a moneymaker. Look at Virginia. I mean, Vanderbilt just kept the kid that's the number 1 quarterback in the country, right? For next year?
Yeah.
A transfer from Georgia, I think. Huh. Right? Is that correct?
Was it a transfer or is he just the committed?
No,
he was committed, I think.
Yeah.
But that would have never happened before. Never, ever happened. No. So it's happening now because these teams are realizing, hey, we can play in this game too. Virginia, like I said, has a lot of money, a lot more money than Miami has $1.5 billion in endowments. Not they're going to use all their endowments. Virginia has $7 billion. Vanderbilt has $11 billion. Heck, Harvard has $50 billion if they wanted to start buying people.
Yeah, that kid probably got a nice payday, and obviously he sees how good Pavia is doing. They kept their head coach, right? They signed them to a 5 or 6 year deal, I think. So
you get a great education. It's a top school, and you go ahead and so anyway, Terry Hendricks. I know BYU has to lose, but can Notre Dame move up? Is what I'm asking.
Can they move up?
Yeah, I don't think Notre Dame can.
Only way Notre Dame moves up is if Alabama loses.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
That's why you want Alabama to win and BYU to lose, and you hope there's more than enough pressure than out of all these weeks, the past 5 weeks, that literally both Notre Dame and Miami being right there in the rankings, that there's enough pressure that the committee's like, damn, well, what are we gonna do? I mean, they're literally right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. We can't ignore them anymore. They're like literally together.
That's a hope. There's no guarantee.
Yeah, I think they in the last 20.
If they reject us, then I mean they're all going to be served.
Well, right now, since the beginning of
Mando,
last,
you're going to serve these guys the lawsuit from CanesWear. You're going to say, "Excuse me,
since the beginning of last season, I think it's like 20 or 30 instances. I don't know the exact number of head-to-head matchups. This is the one only instance where the team that won is ranked below the other team. It's like 25 or 28 other matchups in the last 2 years and we're the only one. It's crazy.
I mean, it's almost like it's fixed. 1 milligram. He said, yeah, they want the rankings. A lot of people are thinking that they want to eliminate us because they want us to watch their damn show. Yeah, I think Trey is saying what we're saying correct. They think they moved Bama up, causing Notre Dame to fall. That's the only thing that's going to help us with head-to-head and play. Mr. Jake says it all. Are you allowed to use curse words on this? Can I?
Yeah, you're the boss. You're the boss, man.
Thank you. I'll say F the ACC and CFP. Let's see. 1 milligram of epinephrine. They will do whatever they want to keep us out. Nobody in the top 10 is dropping out because of a champ game loss. I agree. It's all about Notre Dame. Unless Alabama loses by 30, loses their quarterback, their running backs. I mean, there was a rumor if we would have lost anybody, they would have dropped us. I mean, Mississippi lost their whole coaching staff. I think the assistants come back, but they lost everybody and they moved them up. Didn't make any sense.
Well, now it makes sense because right after the game, when I was watching Alabama and Auburn, they posted on the screen the graphic that Alabama is now a 90% that get in. I'm like, wait a minute, do they play next week? But today proves it. Even if they lose, it don't matter. They're going to get it anyway.
They manipulated the rankings to make it like that. That's exactly what they did.
My dad would always say, look at the spreads.
If you're a Notre Dame fan out there listening, because I know they've been lurking around on the shows, you should be pissed at the committee too. Like as much as Miami's pissed, Notre Dame should be pissed too because
they're on the bubble.
Alabama did nothing to deserve to hop over them this past week.
No way.
And to boot with that, the committee just puts you in a tough predicament because outside of like even, let's say Miami and Notre Dame are like this at the end because BYU loses to Texas Tech. What happens if BYU beats Texas Tech? They're going to leave Notre Dame out too.
Oh, they're done because Texas Tech and BYU are both in. They're out.
Yeah,
but who is Notre Dame beat? They've beat. Okay, they beat a bunch of teams.
USC,
USC, who's obviously three. They almost lost to UCLA. They didn't, but they were down, and their biggest things that they can go to bat on. We lost to Texas A&M. We lost. I mean, until they go in. I remember a few years ago, Vince Young had that amazing game against USC. You remember USC was the greatest team of all time? They thought Reggie Bush, all those guys. And I was so surprised. Even after, and if this was today's Bondugal for the what's going on, they would say, great touchdown by Vince Young, but we're going to give the trophy to USC because they were better in loss than Texas was in defeat and winning. I mean, it's like, we're going to give the loser. I mean, talk about participation trophies. Anyway, people saying, what the hell is Brett drinking? What is Brett drinking there? Robert, welcome to the show. We all know how this ends, boys. Texas Tech is going to sell. BYU wins, and both Notre Dame and Miami get jumped by Texas.
Oh, my goodness.
I've got a great coming out if Notre Dame gets in ahead of us. At least I want to sell 1,000 of those. So Texas better not get in there. I don't think Texas will. Hassan, Gio, and Brett, good evening. The ACC is a joke, but just like the playoff committee and the ACC refs and Gio, is Notre Dame lame, the most moronic and delusional fan base?
Yeah, look, I'll say this about that Notre Dame BYU thing now too. I don't want to give too much credit to Notre Dame because Miami obviously beat them. It happened on the field. That needs to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it would be terrible if you had BYU in the playoff over Notre Dame. I don't think BYU can compete with anyone in the playoff discussion unless you're talking about a G5 team. I think they will get blown out off that field, whoever they play. I don't think it would even be a competition at all. So I think Notre Dame would fare much better than BYU would in a playoff. And I think obviously Miami as well. But you know what? We just got to see what happens this weekend. We got to see what happens because there's still more football to be played. And just the manipulation of the rankings, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
It's crazy.
Well, I hope Virginia wins, actually. Not just my son went to school there. He was at the game. He stormed the field. But if they don't win, I'm going to be very interested in seeing how James Madison does. Or is it North Texas State? Or is it, who are these guys that we're going to be playing? It's like, one thing about Notre Dame, they're sitting there, they're fans. Of course, you left out, we beat Navy, too.
Navy.
You were all saying that. We beat Navy. Why isn't anybody talking about we beat Navy?
The midshipmen, baby.
The midshipmen, God bless them. You know, I don't know. This, Navy's a thing. I love to root for Navy and Army, so I'm not going to complain about that. Nobody's bragging about beating Navy.
Listen to this, because I had this shared to me from social media on X. Says this is Notre Dame fans freaking out on message boards of theirs.
Oh boy!
Tonight, one of their fans says, "Join an effing conference already, which you should have done 10 years ago. You guys are morons."
Ooh.
And then someone else put here, "Our only path in the playoff is a Texas Tech blowout, and for Ty Simpson to tear his ACL." And the other one says, "F the SEC. I'm starting to think this call was not missed and instead was flat out ignored." Talking about one of the last calls with their game against Texas A&M earlier this year. And then the last one, this is rich. This is super rich. Notre Dame should leave the ACC. The ACC is trash. Notre Dame should break this agreement and tell the ACC to piss off. No, the ACC should tell Notre Dame to piss off after everything that's going on right now.
What I am curious of, I'm glad you read those because I'm glad to see they're fired up too. Everybody needs to be fired up, but they're fired up for some of the wrong reason, like blaming the ACC. But when they got together for this whole 12-team playoff and they said, all right, we're going to have this, we're going to have this, we're even going to include the G4s or G5s, whatever they're called, and we're going to give a special exclusion for Notre Dame to just come on in and do it. At that time, they could have said, Notre Dame, join a fucking conference, or you're not going to be in the playoffs. What is Notre Dame going to do at that time? No, we won't do that. They could have easily.
Well, Brett, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I think it's coming down the pipeline. The Power 2 is coming, whether people want it or not. It's going to happen. You're going to have a big super league in the SEC and the Big Ten. Miami will be in the Big Ten. Notre Dame will be in the Big Ten.
I hope they're called something different.
SEC. You're going to have big super leagues for college football. And I think the committee will be dissolved and it'll just be determined through the standings and what you do during the regular season. The regular season will become bigger in college football. I think you'll see 14, 15, 16 game regular seasons, and there you have it.
But, Gio, the only negative of that is you're saying they're going to have several conferences. There's still going to be teams left out of that. All right. Yeah,
that's what will happen. They'll
14, 15, 16 game regular seasons. That's hard to imagine. There is school. Playoffs with 16 teams?
Yeah, something of sort. And
so
here's the other thing that'll come into that. What you'll see is everyone who gets left out of the Power 2, which would be like 30-something team super conferences, which will have 2 divisions on each side. I think what you'll see happen there as well is your G5s or anyone who's in Power 4 right now, if you don't get into those, I'm going to tell you, bye-bye, kick rocks, go play your own playoff. We're going to have our own big Super
Why
League.
not?
Yeah.
Like the NFL and the AFL, there were different championships. I mean, the NBA and the NCAA and the NIT, but you're right. But those guys just play their own championships. I have no problem with that. But I don't like the two conferences. I still think if Notre Dame decided to move in, and they're not going to unless they're forced, but the CFP had to say Notre Dame, no. What would Notre Dame have done? They could have done nothing. But we'll let you in without playing a conference. Anyway, 1 milligram, yes, we agree. They moved Bama up to insulate them from the champ game loss. Absolutely, 100%. Canes fan, I can't argue much about the other teams, but there is no safe-face debate or arguments that Miami, I guess Miami is under Notre Dame. At none, 0, zip, 100%.
Absolutely.
Every metric showed it. Head-to-head. Strength of schedule is right there together. Common opponents, 3 of the common opponents, we won by more points than they did. The only one they won by more is they played that Syracuse lacrosse player backup quarterback. And the one thing I hate about this, guys, is every team is, Notre Dame tried it on, if anyone was watching, I stayed up to watch the game. Teams are trying to throw the ball with the Canes too. 30 seconds left. We need style points. Let's throw deep. It's like, oh, you beat Syracuse only by 30 points. We beat them by 70. Well, we'll take your 70, and we just ran up the score by 100 freaking points.
No, it was funny because
then you get guys like Steve Sarkisian.
Sorry, I was going to say that. Yeah,
trying to take a jab at Miami, saying, "Oh yeah, well, you were throwing fade route passes with 38 seconds to go. Hey, a-hole. Pat Narduzzi literally just took 2 timeouts back to back. You know what Miami did? They said, we were trying to end the game. You're trying to extend the game. You know what? You want to be disrespectful? We're going to throw bombs over Baghdad again. We're going to get another touchdown.
Yeah, that's a great line. Yeah, it was fun. Like Sark out of nowhere, threw a shade at Miami, and they asked Cristobal about it. It was like, to the effect of, well, we ended up smoking the team that you guys lost to. So
exactly. Well, why didn't you beat Florida? I mean, you played Florida, we beat them, you lost. That is enough said. And you know what the record of the ACC against the SEC is this year? They played 7 games. You guys know what the record is? ACC 5, SEC 2. So the great ACC has played the ACC 7 times. I don't care which teams. Miami played Florida. I mean, and they even it would have been 5-1, but Florida State screwed it up at the end.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. I can't argue much more about the teams. We just got them. Taylor West, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. BYU loses. Miami jumps to 11, and the head-to-head comes into play, and they flip Miami and Notre Dame. We are all hoping for that. I wouldn't bet on it. Because I didn't think we'd be number. I don't know why. I didn't think that. But
I mean, I've seen everybody posting that, but the one the only problem with that is what happens in the Alabama game. Because I think that's why they put them at 9. It's not as cut and dry as just BYU losing. It's more in play than that.
If they lose, they'll use it as an excuse to swap them again. I already see the play from miles away. If Bama loses, they will use it as a scenario where they just swap them again with Notre Dame.
Close game.
Alabama number 10 and Miami on the outside looking in, which is even crazier because guess what? Miami beat a common opponent.
Correct. Yes, we have that over Alabama
this year. Florida
But
State.
that doesn't matter, Gio. That doesn't matter. We're Miami. It doesn't matter.
Well, you know what? It's funny.
It doesn't matter.
They should take down their rules, their criteria they have on their college football playoff ranking website because it literally says them there head-to-head, common opponent. I mean, damn, I guess all that applies to every other team but Miami.
Yeah, and clearly the SEC matters, and because if BYU loses, which they probably will, their only 2 losses all year will be to a top 5 team, right? Texas Tech, and they'll probably end up in the rankings below 3-loss Texas and possibly a 3-loss Alabama, which we know are both SEC teams. So,
I understand it's hard to penalize a team for for losing in the championship game. And they say that that's the reason SMU stayed ahead of Alabama last year. But SMU had 2 losses, right? Is that their first loss or their second loss?
The difference was, I think last year Alabama had 3, if I'm not mistaken. Last year, I
thought
think.
so too. And that's why they were going to put Alabama ahead of us, and we had 2.
Right.
Correct?
The only difference this year is that right now, even though Georgia's ranked ahead of Alabama's actually the number 1 seed in the conference right now.
Yeah,
because they beat Georgia.
You know what's really bad is every game in the last 3 weeks that had to go that we could have had any.
It did not.
Now, and I told you, Mando, bet every one of those teams on the money line. Now, stupidly, I got Michigan too, and that's what cost me. I had Michigan, obviously, and I had Pittsburgh in there because I said, you know what, everything's going to go wrong except for the game. But every other game, that team won. And
it's crazy because that first week we saw Virginia lose, Louisville lose. Like, hey, all right, then it's true. The last 2 weeks, I've been right here watching like, oh, that LSU Oklahoma game pissed me off.
I was sure LSU, Oklahoma against Alabama.
Yeah,
I mean
Auburn, Alabama. Like, that game really upset me at the end too. I was like, you know what, I've had enough. I couldn't take it. It's scoreboard watching is like so tough.
Exactly, it's been exhausting. Peanut, welcome to the show. The guy only said that thing about idle teams can move because they want us to watch their show. Well, everybody's on this ranking thing. Yes, idle teams can move. The question is, can idle teams pass idle teams? That he didn't say. Can idle teams can teams pass that lose?
He did say that it can happen, but he didn't give any guarantees. Just kind of.
If we can pass BYU, but maybe we can't pass Notre Dame. They're going to say, "Oh no, we already picked Notre Dame the week before, and we couldn't change it because we make up the rules as we go." Moving targets.
Yeah, no. If that guy would have said tonight that there's no way Miami could have passed Notre Dame, I think the app would have gone crazy.
Exactly.
So he's like, okay, next question.
Oh, because it's all about the ratings. It's all about the money.
Yeah, but this guy Vandercheck, whatever his name is, Yurichek. I mean, it's like he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. I think. What is he? The guy that said
6, 7.
Yeah, that's.
I think he's ready to start a comic career. Let's see. Keep dreaming number Bama up. We ain't getting in. Bama is locked in whether they win or lose. We're still not getting in. Okay, we're not getting in. It seems to be a string of we're not getting in. They made that perfectly clear. They have already put us above Notre Dame. If they would have already put us above Notre Dame if they were going to. Peanut said that there is a point to that. Like, what the hell? How do you throw BYU into the things? Oh yeah, BYU, they messed up. We can't compare Miami and Notre Dame anywhere because the Mormon school is in the way.
So if we don't get in, let's say BYU loses, where would we finish? Would they drop BYU below us, or would they not penalize them for losing?
BYU would likely drop behind Miami, and then Miami would just finish 11, and then unfortunately they would be the first team out.
Of course.
Once again, they'll be one of the first teams out.
Ugh.
And Virginia, well, if Virginia wins the ACC, they'll take 11. If it's Duke, you're going to have a G5 team. And then your number 12 will be the other G5.
So if Duke wins, it's absolutely you do get 2 G5s. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I think the committee's made that very clear. They don't want no 5-loss Duke being in their playoffs.
No.
The fact is, the ACC could have done something and said, "Hey, we never changed the rules." I know Duke could have sued them. We never changed the rules. These are old rules before. I mean, they should have figured this out. The ACC is supposed to be smart people.
Before next season, they'll immediately change that tiebreaker system. You know that's coming for sure. And
it didn't have to be where you're ranked. It could have been just the quality of teams you beat. Not that Duke gets a pass because they lost to 2 teams that had better records. Again, the losses are beating us.
Yeah, and what's going to keep happening is like every year now with no more divisions, you're going to have teams like Duke and all these other teams that Virginia didn't play Miami. Virginia didn't play who else? The highest teams in the conference. So that's going to keep happening with this rotating.
Is the problem with the divisions removed.
Correct. Why did they remove the divisions?
Because of all the other teams that they added.
All right.
Trying to expand too fast. It's a money game.
Yeah. The ACC commissioner is more worried about risking any cozy relationship with Notre Dame than a good standing member UM. Good point. And as Gio mentioned, there is a relationship. His kids go to Notre. It's a terrible thing. And that's the reason why we're allowing them to piggyback on us and take advantage of this conference. But the thing is, you can't leave the conference because they sue you. We're going to give you bad reffing. We're going to not support you at all. And maybe we'll give you a couple of tweets or posts about how we support you and give it a couple of nice graphics. Well, the refereeing will cheat you every down, but we're going to sue you if you want to leave us. It's like a bad relationship with a woman or a man for that matter. We need to get the fuck out of the ACC, bro. That's Robert. Good call.
That's hard hitting analysis right there.
Exactly. Like if that's the case, the whole CFP is corrupt.
I saw that.
The whole CFP is correct. I'm not telling anybody this. I don't want to get in trouble. We're not storming the CFP, okay? Guys, Jim Phillips is more concerned about ACC SEC challenge. Yeah, yes. It reminds me of years ago. I was a Met fan, and they played the Yankees, and they went ahead and the Mets played the Yankees in an exhibition for the Mayor's Cup. And at that time, Tom Seaver was a great pitcher for New York, and the owner wanted to pitch. Said, we're pitching Tom Seaver in this game. Forget the regular season. Forget the games that matter. We're going for the exhibition game. We want to throw our best pitcher just to prove
my goodness.
The ACC SEC challenge. All right, let's see. Andrew, where's our ACC commissioner? He has disappeared. He has not said one word, has he? Not one word has he said. Other commissioners are saying things. Nothing. And you know what? I was knocking Mario for not saying anything, but then as soon as we won, I like it. Mario decided that, hey, we're going to, you know what? I'm not saying anything till we win out because it's embarrassing to say something and you lose. Once we won the game against Pittsburgh, and so I'm impressed a little bit that Mario did a little bit of a turnaround. I'm impressed with Radakovich saying that, hey, I was on this committee for years. It's not an easy job, but you guys impressed about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no question about that.
Absolutely. Just, ACC commissioner clearly just doesn't care enough.
Does not care at all. How does this guy have a job? Like they said in the book, how does this guy have a bleeping job? Every year our teams are ripped off. Canes fan, and last, if this plays out, Miami should decline the bowl, cancel the Notre Dame game, and they don't care. I don't care if we get sued. He says, get in line behind whiskey. Leave the ACC as fast as possible. Now, unfortunately, we cannot leave the ACC because we will be sued, as Florida State try to prove. Not that anybody really, not that Florida State should go to any other conference because we're as bad as a conference as it gets.
The ACC will naturally dissolve because it has a lot to do with what the Big Ten and SEC are lobbying for. The ACC, I would be surprised if the ACC is still the conference what it is right now by 2029 or 2030. I think it'll be gone by then.
You leave Mando? Or the missus?
No, I'm here. That's the missus doing her usual flip the lights and turn them back on circus act. She's
there's the lights out. They did that at my wedding, actually. The lady was wanted us out.
She says hello. She says hi.
Hello, Mrs. Mondo.
Hello, Mrs. Mondo. Turn the damn lights on.
Peanut, if I don't see anything from the school, admin, and coach calling out the committee next week, I'm done. The time for being PC is over.
Yeah.
True, but our coach and they have been talking. They have been saying things. I mean, heck, like you say, government officials. Like when Reba said, "I'm a Gator fan, but if Miami doesn't get this," he said, "Miami doesn't get this." He turned to Trump and he said, "He says you're taking it over next year." I can just see him trying to name Yurnichek's name just like me, messing it up every time. Let's see. I'm weighing all scenarios. BYU wins, Bama in, Notre Dame out. Bama is in no matter what. Yes, seems to be the same thing over there. Gio, just like Josh Prate said earlier on his show, they're too big of a brand, and the committee wants them in there for money. They're insulated Bama from being knocked out.
Yep.
I don't think it's that there's too big of a program. I think they're related. They're in the SEC, which makes them even that much stronger. And Bama is the biggest team in the SEC because they've won all those championships. But
I'll put it to you this way: this is no stranger of things. Alabama moving up after a not so crazy win. Alabama beat Mercer last year And that same week within the rankings, they leapfrogged Miami in the rankings.
Mm-hmm.
Miami was ahead of them. They decided to put Alabama ahead because they beat an FCS team. It's just, oh, man.
Alabama's last 4 games. They beat 4-8 South Carolina by 7. They beat 7-5 LSU by 11. They lost to Oklahoma with no offense at home. And they beat 5-7 Auburn by 7.
They haven't been playing great at all.
No, they have not. They have not been playing well at all. That's their last 4 games. And we're going to move him up because he was courageous to not kick the field goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
He was. Mike McDaniel didn't kick a field goal a couple of games ago, and everybody wanted him fired, even though we won the game in overtime. He should be fired. Can you imagine if that would have backfired?
Yeah. It's name brand and SEC. That's
exactly. And that's the word. It's SEC. Like Gio said, we want 16, but we get 4 guaranteed. We get 4. That doesn't mean they can't have more, Gio. That was 4 guaranteed bids, right?
Yeah.
They could have all 16.
4 guaranteed bids.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, Gio, okay, let's see. Bama can lose by 100. They aren't being removed. Okay, that's into my comment that they could lose by 21. That's 1 milligram of epinephrine. We shall see. If Bama goes out, Bama gets blown out, they'll drop to 10 as long as BYU wins. If BYU wins and Bama wins, Notre Dame needs to get the boot too, and then avoid the whole drama. That's what they're hoping for. I agree with Peanut here. They are definitely hoping that they don't have to make a decision. I wouldn't be surprised if all the calls go for BYU.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny? I'll mention this. I mean, this goes into the whole territory of rigging games and whatnot. But what stops the Big 12 from trying to favor BYU in that matchup this weekend to help them with calls or anything like that, so they can have
they'll get 2
teams in the
exactly
in the playoff.
It's more money for them.
I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I mean, look what's going on with the NBA and in cahoots with the mafia and everything. I mean,
it would be a shock though, because Texas Tech is actually, the game's in Texas, right? I think it's in the Cowboy Stadium, if I'm not mistaken. So it's essentially pretty much a home game. I mean, they smoked them a few weeks ago. But
yeah, I expect to beat them like a drum again, but you never know.
You never know. Yeah, it happens all the time. By the way, the Hurricane men are up 69-55 on Ole Miss. That's the men's game, right? Yeah. Who's pretty good 5-2 in the ACC SEC competition. Bama is a lock. It's just who wins the Texas Tech game. Yes, Texas Tech is going to smash them. If Duke wins, we have a 0.01% chance. You'd hope they'd want to have the SEC, but that'll be the most egg on the face of this conference. That'll just disband. I think if you don't have a team in the playoffs, it should automatically allow the teams to be free agents. Just like when a coach leaves a team, you have 30 days for everybody to get the hell out. Okay, if you don't have a team in the final 12, everybody gets to disband the conference. Let's see, they'll put Georgia just can't beat Bama. They're like 1-8 versus Bama. Yeah, I like the points. 3.5 points, Mando. I like that. Lorraine joins the show. That's for 9:35. Tired of listening to these old windbag football players justifying this BS. Who are the football players?
Oh, we got an FSU fan stopping by.
Oh.
Little V772. He said, as a Florida State fan, I hope y'all don't make the playoffs. I want y'all to feel our pain.
Just out of curiosity to the FSU fan, do you really believe that FSU could have gone far? I mean, I know they would have they wouldn't have their quarterback. They wouldn't have their backup quarterback, correct? They were both out. They were missing their first and second. Do you really think they could have gone far? Their quarterback was their main man. That's like saying if we lost one guy in our team, we would be terrible. There's one guy, I'm not mentioning their names, but we'd be terrible without this guy. Or definitely not as good as we are. So one guy can make a difference for sure. Like I just mentioned the name, Vince Young, when Texas won, he was a machine.
Yeah.
Let's see. They wanted many fan bases as possible invested in their show on Sunday. So we figured out that they really only care about the ratings and screwing Miami. That's pretty much what the committee and ESPN wants. Yep, it's all about ratings. I'm exhausted. It's pretty hard to type questions from the ledge. Gilbert Reyes with the comment of the day. I'm exhausted. It's hard to type questions from the leg. I agree. Lil, our FSU friend is back. FSU won their games. The only thing our QB got injured. CF committee automatically took us out. First of all, I thought it was terrible. I thought FSU should have been allowed in there. That was, I thought, disgusting. Who'd they let in again? They gave FSU, we're going to rank you 5. It's like, we're just going to assume. The thing is, it's against the kids. Just like I didn't think Mississippi, when people said Mississippi should be out. The kids worked so hard. I mean, and they won. So I thought that was terrible on Florida State, for sure. Step back from the ledge. Now we can focus on what Miami is a lead at. Winning in the off season. Good point. Lorraine, it's all about the money. Yes, it is. And a friend of mine says, how do we know they're not bribing them? How do we know these guys aren't paid on the side?
Yeah.
You know? Gentlemen, relax. Our season starts tomorrow. All right. He's invested in the recruiting, I can tell. They can't ignore the head-to-head discussion anymore. Come Sunday, if Notre Dame gets in, then the games being played don't matter. Yeah. And a lot of people have said that, and that is true. But I mean, I think DeSantis said that the season is a mock if they go ahead and don't respect that. Hopefully, we get some good news from Hassan tomorrow for NSD. Gio hearing Oregon, DC might take the Cali job. Would not? That's questions from earlier. Came back.
I answered that earlier.
Our FSU friend at the time, everybody said it was eye test that cost us not to be in the playoffs. So I wasn't paying attention then, so I didn't know eye test was the word. Yeah, this guy's actually taking it very hard. Lilith, we support you. We thought FSU should be there too. You have friends over here, and we are very happy that you guys are keeping Norvell as your coach also. What you mean the season starts tomorrow? Okay, that's from Heart of Sports. The problem with what they are going to do here, they are setting a precedent that will harm football for a long time and much more than just UM. ADs are going to wipe conference off the maps. As you said about conference championship games, our conference or just all the conferences?
Probably all, maybe. Or
yeah. Well, Gio does say it'll be a 2-team league, right? 64 teams, Gio?
Yeah, at least for a super league, yeah, where you'd have 2 conferences and divisions within that and everything. But in terms of ADs wiping out the out-of-conference games off the map, very true. You have a lot of conferences trying to move to 9-game schedules. South Carolina just canceled their game with Miami that was supposed to open up next year, so yeah, you're definitely going to see more of it. And then you see the situation going on with Miami, Notre Dame. Teams are going to be like, why would I want to play out-of-conference teams? I'm just going to focus on our in-conference games, especially if you got a good slate within your conference too. For example, SEC, great example right there. How much the hype gets drummed up for that conference and their in-conference games. Why would you want to play teams from out-of-conference? What would it help you for?
And why are we paying teams money to come play us? All these things. Why is Alabama?
Well, I'll put it to you this way, Brett. Alabama announced today because they're supposed to play USF.
Oh, yeah, that's Chattanooga or somebody.
They decided to tell USF, we'll play you guys in 2032. We're taking you off the schedule next year, and we're going to go play an FCS team.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right in front of us.
But the whole FCS team, I don't understand. I know we play Bethune-Cookman and FAMU and teams like that, and but I understand it gives them a chance to be seen. But if college football is the business it is, just play everybody in your conference. Why don't they just go? They could have one game that is maybe a rivalry game, and then the rest should be conference, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. TC, thank you for reposting the stream. Thank you. Peanut, they hate us. That's why it's no secret. The CFP world just hates us for decades now. I don't think they really like us, but or maybe they do hate us. What are we going to do? What are we going to do when Shannon goes to Tulane?
When Shannon Dawson goes to Tulane?
Is he?
Yeah, he's been linked to the job. We'll see. There's other candidates that they have as well to this point.
I don't have. I mean, he's done a good job. You know, I'm a lot happier with him now that he's actually allowed to run his offense. I mean, anyone that tells me he wasn't handcuffed before, all of a sudden we got plays and we didn't have him before. All of a sudden he's not talking like all of his things he said is like, basically saying I'm not allowed to do anything. I'm handcuffed. And now we just have plays. They just found them. Wait a second. The playbook goes past page 5. It's a do not read. This page is intensely blank. Do not read after it.
So that's the first I've heard of this. He's actually been linked to that job, Gio?
Yeah, he's been linked to it.
All right. I'm sure we'll get somebody. As long as Mario's not allowed to play with the playbook anymore. Antitrust lawsuits should be filed if this program has any balls. So Peanut, CanesWear, at least Brett, I'm telling my team that we are looking into that. Not that Decebius, we'll see what happens though. I'm going to discuss it tomorrow. I hate to make a lawsuit and then we actually make the playoffs is the problem. So do you do it now or do you wait till the final decision? Like if Alabama and BYU win, it's kind of for naught because they can say, hey, So that's the problem with you kind of have to wait till it's over. But if you threaten to sue now, do they say, oh, we better put Miami because this guy in Davie is suing us. We should go ahead and move Miami up. So that's a good question. But I do think it's unethical. There's collusion going on. It's all of these things. And it's a sad situation. Let's see. NSD is tomorrow. The Broyles Award, the award that gave us the elite coaches like Josh Gaddis.
Very true.
Where'd Josh Gaddis go after he left here?
Believe he was last at Maryland.
Maryland, right? I think.
Is he still at Maryland? I know.
I think so.
Do they even have a team? I never hear Maryland anymore. They used to be.
Yeah, they actually got a pretty good freshman quarterback, Maryland.
They won when they won the national championship. They were an ACC team.
I think he's still in Maryland. Yeah.
No.
No.
He's at Syracuse with
Fran
Brown. What that speech Fran Brown gave? He gave some kind of speech. I was listening today to Hochman and Goldie, and it was saying that he gave some kind of speech that, hey, listen, if you're 3-9, it's not the end of the world. Thank goodness. That's the worst thing that happens to you. I went through a lot more growing up. I mean, I know he had a very tough life, but I guess that's a positive thing. Who cares if you won only 3 games? It won't matter if we win late, early, or middle. They won't respect it. All right. See, that's the problem. When you're giving fans nothing to look forward to, it's a problem. And that's the sad situation. Which whoever said that before, this will change the game forever if they don't respect head-to-head. And they're not respecting it. It's like, and if you see that thing, was it Heather Dinch or whatever her name is? After the first game, she commented it was a clip. What does it mean? Miami beat. It means that head-to-head will always be considered when these two teams are compared. Mm-hmm. Until the CFP poll comes out. Let's see. Drop Notre Dame. If Notre Dame wins this year, Notre Dame wins next year, they will point to it. It was a September game for both teams. Beck coming off injury and missed spring practice. That's such a bullshit excuse. That is a great point. Nobody talks about that. He was coming off the injury. Malachi was not Malachi at that time. He had the big game, but he's definitely not. Everything was new to us. So we had a new defensive coordinator. I mean, it's just like Florida. We'll beat you now that we got the great quarterback. What's it, Lagway? Now that we got Lagway for a whole season, we'll definitely beat you. Let's see. We need the bowl game to give young dudes burn. Absolutely. You get what, like 20 extra practices on the Gio?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't have to play Notre Dame. We can pull it into it. We can pull it into Ohio State. Fuck the Leprechauns. Notre Dame has shown that they can't beat a playoff team. Miami has. That is so true. Correct. Hey, don't disregard your win. It's our loss that mattered more. We owe them an ass kicking too. Jake is on fire here. They're saying losses matter more than wins. They are actually, which we should all be embarrassed about. That's the new America.
Yeah, I see a few people are asking, who do we cheer for, Duke or UVA?
And who do you think we should? It doesn't matter, right?
So
doesn't matter.
Yeah, BYU is the first one early in the day. If they win, then we have no discussion on anything, obviously. So
Correct. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm rooting for UVA, but everybody gets to pick who they want. I think it's an embarrassment to the conference if Duke wins, so you may want to root for Duke. But if Virginia, it's like, you know what? Duke shouldn't have been there. If Virginia was like 50-0. The egg is on the ACC completely.
You know what? I'm rooting for Duke for this weekend. I want even more chaos with the
Chaos.
With the ACC.
Oh, you are going for Duke for chaos. Captain Chaos, aka Geo. That's what we're going to name for now. Change his handle, Captain Chaos. Same. The FSU guy is still here, or maybe an FSU girl. I don't know. It's Lily, so it definitely could be one. It's the same way us FSU fans feel. We got tried. They tried us because our QB got hurt. And were you guys for FSU making the playoffs that year or against it? I know we don't like FSU. Which one did you?
I think FSU should have got it, honestly.
Mando?
They went undefeated.
Yeah.
And I always thought that when Canes fans, the ones, they don't realize it could happen to us then. And it's showing it right now. Once they do it to one, they can do it to whoever they want. If it would have been fought by the ACC then, you know what? Then this wouldn't be happening to us. But they know the ACC has no backbone. The commissioner is nothing. He's hanging out in Notre Dame right now.
Yeah, you know what? Obviously, looking back on, I know it was only 4 teams then, but yeah, they didn't lose a game. That's crazy.
They didn't lose a game. And we should have been. That was the game that Emory got hurt, right? Went down the sideline. Was that the game he got hurt? Emory
against FSU?
That was the game, right? Yeah. We played them very tough. They were actually getting by the skin of their teeth on a lot of games also, weren't they?
Yeah, here and there. Yeah.
I mean, it's still undefeated, though. I have to find the stat that I saw the other day, but Miami hasn't been like blown out of a game in like 3 years. Like single-digit losses was worse. I have to find it. Miami is not getting respected. That's from H. Canes.
Actually, right.
And you said earlier, BYU lost by more points than we've lost the last 5 games combined.
Yeah,
Texas Tech. So that's an excellent point. We haven't blown. And that is a great point. We play everybody competitive. So the first round, let's say Mississippi gets blown out. Do these guys say, well, Mississippi deserved it? Deserved to be there? But if you're getting blown out, the committee did a bad job. I guess they didn't pass the eye test in that game.
The eye test.
So, yes. Louisville,
test their eyes.
What'd you say?
Instead of eye test, how about test their eyes? What are they watching?
That's a good one. Yeah. We need to have a optometrist on the sidelines in the committee. Louisville and SMU were ranked teams this year and finished 8-4. It's not as if they were they went FSU, and that is so true. I am so sick and tired of here. And the problem is, and SMU would have been ranked in the top 20. We lost to them, but they were a good team. They definitely got better as the year went on.
Yeah, I mean, everybody talks about Miami, Notre Dame week 1, but it seems like the Alabama loss to FSU, that has been buried. Like, it doesn't even get mentioned anymore. Like,
exactly. Because it happened in August, or it happened in the first game of the year. The first game of the year doesn't count. It's preseason, Mando.
Yeah, I got you.
It's preseason. And the NFL, too. You know, if you lose a game the first week of the season, that game counts. As Colin Cowherd said, head-to-head determines everything. Everything.
Yeah.
I do not want you all in the playoffs. When FSU took it to court, all ACC schools laughed at us. I'm sorry about that. I don't remember laughing, but if I did, I apologize. Ole Miss coach left. It's in their bylaws. They can't be removed. They can be removed like FSU. Shake my head. This is BS. What does he say there?
What he's saying is, since Lane Kiffin left Ole Miss, for example, how they left out FSU before because Jordan Travis went down. Lane Kiffin is the big name around Ole Miss. I mean, until he left, basically, they all hate him now. But I get what he's saying. Yeah, you know, they could have it at their discretion to remove them, and they've decided not to. Actually, as a matter of fact, Ole Miss lost their coach, and they actually moved up.
Can you imagine? We lost our coach.
Incredible.
They're SEC. They're like, it's the untouchables. the bias, but I could understand it for old Carolina guard putting the thumbs on the scale. But for a new team to the league like SMU, but SMU did get in last year, even after a later loss, which was surprising to me. You can read a few, Gio, if you'd like.
Let's see here. H. Canes shared the bias when you look at the flags for teams against Miami. When they play against Miami, when they play Miami, and then everyone else, hell of a state. Yeah, it's a very jarring difference. Peanut shared, but yet Bama lost to FSU, and not a single thing was said about that. Yeah, they don't bring it up anymore.
Nope.
Little V again. I'm gonna be honest. Feel like college football is gonna let Miami in the playoffs because what happened in the past. I don't know. We'll see. I don't trust the committee. M Lemon Management shared. Where's that narrative about Alabama that lost to a bad FSU team and barely beat out an Auburn team with an interim coach? Very good points right there. H. Kane said, I hope the ACC gets shut out if that happens. Maybe it would finally get them into action. Very true. I think a lot of change would come to the ACC if no team gets in the playoff at all.
Could happen.
Shaboy Kane said, D-Money said Jim Phillips' children goes to Notre Dame. Yeah, heard about that today.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Phillips' kids go to Notre Dame. Got a comment from Facebook. Okay. Paul Brittany Way. It is complete back and forth, made up BS, but this one can't be debated because of all the comparative opponents they played in head-to-head. Also, look at the Texas A&M schedule and Ole Miss and Oklahoma. They all aren't as good as people may think they are. So why are they so heavily rewarded because of ESPN and SEC BS? The two teams that beat Miami wasn't a 3 or 4 win team. They both had 8 wins. And oh, by the way, how many people watched the Louisville and SMU game? Well, as bad as they played Miami.
Yeah. I saw a tweet by, I believe it was Deion Bush a little while ago, that he posted something to the effect of that Arkansas's AD is on the committee. And how is that not a conflict of interest when you got SEC schools involved and revenue sharing and stuff like that? So that was an interesting post that he did.
Yeah.
Yurachek is Arkansas. I thought he was.
No.
Ohio,
No,
but
somebody...
I thought he was Utah. But he's Arkansas.
Oh, is it him? I thought. Well,
he's the one from Arkansas. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because Deion posted. Yeah, there's somebody on the committee that's an Arkansas AD. How could he be? Oh, so it's actually the guy, the main guy. That's Hunter. What's his name? Okay.
Jerry Colsey, is that?
So, riddle me this. All right. So this goes along with the SEC bias. Missouri and Tennessee kept on getting ranked this year.
Yes. There you go.
Neither of them had beat a ranked team all year.
No,
Tennessee literally went 0-4 against ranked teams this year, but they continue to get ranked though.
A whole season.
Still rank them anyways. You know, let's just because they got that little patch right above the left part of their chest, close to the neck and close to the shoulder, that says SEC.
Yeah, because wasn't Missouri for years with Oklahoma and Nebraska in the Big 12, if I'm not mistaken?
They were originally the Big 8. They were the Big 8 and then the Big 12.
8.
Yeah.
So if they were in the Big 12 this season, would they have been ranked at all? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
Nope. They were ranked the whole season.
That's someone's got to look into investigate this. There needs to be a 30 for 30 on that. Yeah. But what is the rule? Like, we have beat more ranked teams. We won 5 games against ranked teams, I think. We're 5-0 against ranked teams, correct?
No.
But they keep saying we've only beat 1 ranked team. So they can use whatever they want. They're saying at the end of the season. But was it when you played or was it the end of the season? It's whatever they want to use, whichever one of the metrics they want to use. Oh, because we beat 5 ranked teams. Notre Dame beat like a couple, but it doesn't matter now. No, it's when it's the end of the season. No, it's when we played. It's whatever works against Miami.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yes, Jim Phillips' kids goes to Notre Dame. Ridiculous. 1 milligram said 9-game league schedules precludes Notre Dame from being scheduled. USC canceled them. Yep.
USC
from what I understand, yeah.
Wow.
That's a big one because they've been playing for a while.
Michigan canceled them. Michigan State canceled them.
Let's see. H. Kane said, not just eye test, but now bad losses. Yeah. Bad losses are more important than good wins. That says everything about this S committee. Shaylin Noel, how the F does Ole Miss move up after losing their head coach? I want to know that too.
Think about it. They
Are they a
lose
better
their,
team now? Are they a better team now?
Ole Miss loses their head coach. They move up a spot, and Alabama converts a fourth down, and they move up a spot.
You know what's funny? It's like not even worth getting mad about anymore. Like,
It's a joke.
you see these things or people comment about it, and you just laugh at this point. You're like, this got to be a joke.
If Miami lost a coach or converted a fourth down, I think we'd be out of the top 25.
Exactly. We
You know-
punted on fourth down. We're out. He didn't go
Yeah.
for it.
Peanut
Yeah.
shared, guys, it doesn't matter. We're not getting in. Gilbert Hernandez from Facebook said, Notre Dame sucks. I agree with you. Miami beat them. And their beloved Heisman hopeful only ran for 33 yards on Miami's defense.
Exactly.
Peanut said, they'd rather have 2 G5 schools than put us in. Well, this is where I think something's going to happen with the playoff stuff. I think they're going to set aside separate rules for the G5 that you have to be ranked like to a certain you have to be ranked high enough to an
They should. They should.
to an extent to be considered to be put in. I
They
think that
absolutely should.
would be the G5s. I think they're going to remove their automatic bid and they're going to say, look, G5, you want to get in? You know, well, no, not remove their automatic bid. That what it'll be is it'll still be one automatic bid if it stays 12 teams. But this stuff of like them getting an extra G5 team in just because, let's say, one of the P4s doesn't have a good enough conference champion, I think that's going to be like just outright removed. They'll just go with, all right, whoever's next highest ranked in the playoff rankings that we have. Because who the heck really wants to see 2 G5 teams in the playoffs? That's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, I think it was
be bad, and the game will be bad.
those watching, and you guys, if you want after the show, check out. I think it was Josh Pate that tweeted out some of the early possible first round matchup odds: -15, -18,
Ugh.
minus. Is that what you really want to see in the first
Exactly.
round of a college football playoff? It's ridiculous. 18-point favorites. It's terrible.
H. Kane shared, hoping Duke gets in. No ACC. God's honest truth. Yeah, I'm all for that chaos. Make more changes to the ACC. Mr. Joko, too. Shaylin Noel, they lost half of their coaching staff, not just Lane Kiffin. Yeah, they lost that whole offensive coaching
Well, what's
staff.
his name is coming back to coach them? Was he on the staff?
Yeah, the defensive coordinator.
No,
Here's
Weiss is coming.
Here's the thing.
Oh, the OC you're talking about?
Charlie Weiss is coming back to coach the team.
No. The
No,
OC
Charlie
was
Weiss is
Charlie
leaving.
White. No, Charlie
Coming back
Weiss
to coach
Jr.
the offense.
No, but they he just posted a little while ago that LSU is letting him come back to Ole Miss to finish out, which I was surprised.
I'm shocked by that because
yes,
he was
he
on
posted
the
it.
plane
Yeah,
that Lane Kiffin and all the other guys
yeah.
left.
He just posted a little while ago saying thank you to LSU for letting me go back to Ole Miss to coach in the playoff. That's very surprising.
Well, they obviously think that he's not a threat. Where obviously they thought that Lane was a threat. He's going to steal all the players. But now Weiss is going to be the offense coordinator over at LSU, so he's not worried. They're not worried about. They realize that they've got nothing. If they have no coach, no nothing, they're going to have some guy come out. They're going to get drawing up plays. Who's going to coach the team?
Are you surprised that Ole Miss? Of course, Ole Miss wants to win, but are you guys surprised that Ole Miss didn't tell Weiss, "No, get out of here. You're not an Ole Miss guy"? Or I'm a little surprised.
I'm surprised by that because
They're desperate, I think.
he literally went on the plane with Lane Kiffin and all the other guys.
Yeah, but they're desperate. I think they
That's
realize they have nobody to run the offense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gilbert Hernandez said Miami needs to cancel next year's game versus Notre Dame scheduled Navy. James Kane said this conference and CFB committee are full of morons. Who makes this BS up? Who make BS up as they go?
Yeah.
1 milligram. 1 milligram. Guys, Bama is going to the playoff. Doesn't matter what happens versus Georgia. I absolutely agree with that. They already did it to make it happen. Mr. J, Leprechauns shut Mondo's power off.
Oh yeah, I guess.
1 milligram. Alabama isn't going anywhere, guys. No way they're punishing an SEC championship game. So, heart of sports. No, we need BYU to win. We aren't getting in either way. Might as well watch Notre Dame get kicked out if BYU wins. It's true in that essence. If you want both just to be out,
To that point about Alabama,
schedule Miami and Notre Dame for a bowl game against each other.
That would be awesome.
I think everyone will watch it.
I read some previews today about bowls. They've got, obviously it's hypothetical predictions. They've got either Miami against Houston in good old Camping World Stadium again in the Pop-Tart, or Miami against Vanderbilt in the Gator Bowl. Those are the two that I saw online.
That would be a good game, but
Vanderbilt one would be a pretty good game, but it depends on.
I don't even want to think about it.
Neither do I. But if we do go that route, who's going to play? Bain's a likely top 5 pick. He's not going to play, is he? I mean, there's no way. I mean, would Beck play? Probably not, right? Would he?
Yeah, it all depends. Trouble didn't play last year. It didn't help him at all.
Yeah.
If he would have started that game and had like 2 touchdowns and 150 yards, it probably would have been better for him.
Who's that Ward you talking about?
What? No, it was Restrepo.
Oh, the receiver. Okay, I got you.
He would have played, He got a lot of flack for not playing.
I got you.
Peanut put copium is being smoked. The Mike Webb. Why in the F would you want Bama to win? Juan Manuel Ventura. Question: if it comes down to 9-3 Alabama with FSU compared to 10-2 Miami beat FSU at home.
I agree with him 100%, but it all depends on how much they lose. I think if they lose by more than 2 touchdowns, it is going to be more difficult. But it's hard for me to imagine. But last year, the same thing. We thought Alabama would jump over SMU, or we thought SMU was going to be Clemson and Alabama was going to be in. But then when SMU lost to Clemson, we said, you know what? People thought Alabama would go in ahead of them, even with 3 losses, but they took. I was surprised last year they kicked out Alabama, even with 3 losses.
Yeah, how do you root for Alabama? Like, even this is this funky playoff system. Last week, we probably for the first time in our lives had to root for Ohio State because you couldn't have Michigan win. Yeah. So this is it's just a mess.
If Michigan would have won, they would have jumped over everybody.
Oh, look how much Texas went up. So for sure, Michigan would have gone way up.
Yes. And who has Texas A&M played anybody? Have they played anybody this year? They played a very soft schedule.
No, they didn't play Ole Miss. They didn't play nobody. They had a very weak schedule.
This is a great point by Melvin Jones. Here's the hard truth. Georgia and Texas Tech will be in regardless. That is absolutely true. Yeah. So they do not have to try to win and get anyone injured. This was all a deliberate setup. Well, then it boils down to, you kind of want that home field advantage in the first round and everything.
Correct, yeah. They win, they're not getting – are they both – wait, who's 1 through 4 right now? Is Indiana
Ohio State, Indiana. The 3 – who's number 3? I think it's Georgia.
It's Georgia. Yeah. So Georgia needs to win for home field.
No, actually, and Jones, I agree with most of what he said, but yeah, Georgia's playing, they always play the SEC championship in Atlanta, so it's essentially a home game, even though Alabama doesn't have a ton of fans there, and Texas Tech's playing the Cowboy Stadium. So they're playing for a bye. So
they're playing for a bye.
Games are very important.
Have to try. They're going to worry about themselves. They don't need to win, but I do understand what Melvin's saying.
They need to win. They need to win to get that bye week.
They don't want to. Yeah, they want the bye week. They don't have to go play somebody.
No,
for sure.
And possibly on the road.
Texas Tech could drop to 9,
and that would put them in a road game. They don't want to do that.
They dropped to exactly, so they got to win. Good point.
So Garrett Gittleman shared, Gio, I said the same thing. We need Alabama to win.
No, look at that.
Because they will flip them. You're absolutely right, Garrett.
Okay.
They set it up perfectly.
So if BYU and Alabama win, we're in, right? Am I right? We don't even have to worry about Duke and UVA?
No, we're not in definitely because we have
Miami will be on the outside looking in.
We'll be,
If
we'll be
BYU and Alabama win,
yeah, Alabama win, they stay. It's the only. There's one position left. If Alabama,
no. If BYU, my bad. I'm sorry. If BYU loses and Alabama wins,
then Notre Dame is
You have a scenario of
10. Notre Dame is still going to say, "Oh, Notre Dame's 10 and we're 11."
well, no, because BYU would drop, then we would move up. I would assume to 11.
Correct.
And this is not counting the ACC championship. I'm talking about just solely if BYU loses and Alabama wins. BYU, I would assume, would drop. I would assume.
Correct.
And then we go up to
11.
11, and now you're finally there.
No, we're not.
Unless the Duke Virginia mess brings in the G5. That's the part I don't know. We don't know what
Two teams are going to pass us. We need to be a 10.
Right, we would pass Notre Dame. Oh, because Notre Dame might move up to 9. You're saying is that if Alabama? No.
Notre Dame will stay at 10. We'll go to 11. But the 10th team, remember Tulane or James Madison, Virginia's getting in. Virginia's not in there, or Duke.
What
so
if they win?
They would go to 11.
If they win, they're in.
If Duke wins, then James, 2 more teams are being added that are behind us is the key. So 2 teams are behind us that are going to get in. So that'll be 11 and 12 will get
most likely James Madison. James Madison's like a 3-touchdown favorite. So most against Troy. So James Madison's probably going to be in. Right now they're number 25, and I think in the the American Conference you got Tulane playing North Texas on Friday night.
What's Tulane?
Tulane is 20 and North Texas is 24.
So
they play each other Friday.
So the winner of that game is going to get in. Or the winner of that game is going to get in, and if Virginia wins, it'll be Virginia and the winner of that game. But if Virginia loses, it'll be the winner of the James Madison game and the winner of the Tulane game. Now, that's 2 spots, though. So that's why they'll be 11 and 12. So the only people that are going to get in is 1 through 10. If it's us, if we're 11, that means we're moving to 13.
Right.
So we're not getting in. We have to be voted ahead of Notre Dame at that time.
Yeah, that's what it basically boils down to. And again, it's also being hopeful that all of a sudden they want to consider the head-to-head. Correct. If they're really right there neck and neck on the ranking.
Why would they do it again if they didn't do it this time? Why are they going to do it that time? They're not looking at we're not looking at Miami and Notre Dame together anymore. Originally, they said we're not in the same tier. Now, or they're in the same pod, they said, I think.
Yeah, they keep changing the words. They keep moving the goalposts as well.
Yeah, so we're not moving them. Now they're 11, 10, and 12. Oh, we can't compare them to because BYU is in the middle. What does BYU have to do with anything? So they can't compare them. There's a loss in the first week of the season that Miami beat Notre Dame. I can't see it. BYU is in my way. BYU, get out of my way. I can't see the loss.
Actually, if anything, BYU, I'd be pissed if I'm a BYU fan.
Oh, I would be very pissed.
Because, yes, they lost to Texas Tech. They only have 1 loss this year. And here's the other thing. They beat in 2 other teams within like top 16 ranked teams this year. They have better wins than Notre Dame. Literally, Notre Dame
wins are better than Notre Dame.
They beat Utah, and who's the other one? I know they beat Utah.
Arizona. Arizona has only got 3 losses on the season.
Arizona State. Yeah, I think Levitt might have been hurt. I don't even know. Okay.
So they've got 2 top wins, and they did lose to a higher ranked team. So they have a good loss, but they got blown out in the good loss. So it's still a good loss. But they never said they have a good loss, but they got blown out in that game. So if they play Texas Tech tight, I think they could get in. It'd be a shame if they don't get in, if they play them tight. Now, listen, I would rather BYU if we're not going to be in, I'd rather BYU get in. But I do have a good shirt to sell.
Yeah, they definitely have a better resume than Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm. What resume does Notre Dame have? They beat a bunch of
BYU is being used as a pawn. If I were a BYU fan, I'd be pissed off.
Let me tell you, this committee's sneaky because I didn't even, for whatever reason, I didn't think about it, but they coyly put Alabama ahead of Notre Dame. They could have done it weeks ago. They
did it for a reason.
Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Because they had a gutsy, courageous call on 4th down, Amanda.
Yes.
And they held them scoreless for 2 quarters.
Well, that Auburn offense is so frustrating to watch. I was so pissed.
They should have won that game.
Oh man!
Even that last drive, they could have won that game.
What do you think about Alex Golish to Auburn, Gio?
I think it's a good fit. He's definitely made some inroads down here in Florida. I think he's a good play caller too. I think he maximized what he was capable of doing at USF. You know, they only have an X amount of ceiling. Now, in terms of long-term success at Auburn, I think Auburn's actually got some talent, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they're not that bad. Yeah.
More so a coaching issue, but how many of those guys can he retain and what changes are made? There's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's a good hire for them. Maybe not the big, sexy hire they'd want, but I do think it's a good, solid hire. And I just hope they're patient with the guy, you know, that they don't try to rush him out the door within 2 years.
Yeah, no, he'll definitely improve the offense because I saw a few of their games and they should have absolutely beat Georgia because I saw that whole game. They should have beat Georgia, and they could have won against Alabama. So they're not as bad as their record. Just they're offensively challenged.
So Mike Webb asked a question. He said, but we have more of a chance of Alabama losing, though. They're going to take a 9-3 Alabama to the playoff. Yes, they will. They showed that today.
Yeah. That and at first a few weeks ago I was thinking no because that number 3 loss looms large, but not when you're the number 1 seed in the SEC, which is what they are right now. They're in.
So the Josh Pate, you guys mentioned Josh Pate before, the video he did today, or Jim, I don't know if he just did it or what, that said that the head-to-head should be 10 times any other metric. Head-to-head is everything. Because, again, he said, why play games if head-to-head doesn't matter? It doesn't matter what week of the season is. Why play it all?
Howard Stern back in the comments this week.
Howard Stern is back.
He said, have you guys seen the people in the committee? 2 of them are notorious Miami haters. One of them is Ivan Mazel, who hates Miami. And then he also mentioned here a question for you, Brett. When are we getting the Trump for Miami shirts? I'm ready to buy 100 of them.
I'm going to work on it. That's a touchy one for us, though. We do have the Abe Lincoln, so
Miguel Angel Lopez Jr. shared, this is very crazy. The members should be ex-football coaches.
Correct.
I agree with that. I prefer that rather than ADs at different schools, and then
exactly
on this conflict of interest and everything. Like
ex-football coaches, it is definitely why make anybody attached to a school and make it a coach that got fired by Alabama or something like that, so he hates them. Make it something like that. Make it someone that that didn't get a good enough bite. Don't make that's weird. Brian Kelly, he's just sitting there enjoying himself with $70 million or whatever.
So Big Frank said Miami needs to leave the ACC and go to the Big 12. Nah.
They don't want us. They cheat us. And they go ahead and they would sue us, though. I don't think we just.
You guys don't want to have Miami Nebraska throwback matchups? Come on now, baby.
I think the Big Ten is where we're going.
Yeah, Big Ten. Miami aligns academically with what they want. I know Big Ten has interest in taking Miami. That's a whole other scenario, though, because it's still some years out from any movement like that. But the other problem with Big 12 is they're still not within the corner of favor in terms of the power to and whatnot, and the future automatic bids and Super League and everything. That Big 12 is kind of on the outside looking in. Like they may get a couple bids, and you're the runt of the remaining conferences. So Juan Manuel shared, disagree with wanting Alabama to win because a 10-2 Miami has a little advantage over a 9-3 Alabama with FSU loss. In a politically correct world, yes. But in this world, college football world we live in today, no, not with this committee. And they're clearly showing it. They're clearly showing it because why did Alabama jump Notre Dame? You want to know why? That's to protect Alabama this weekend, win or loss, they're getting in.
Correct. That's the only reason they jumped. Is I thought they would. I really thought that if we had a chance, they had to put Alabama below us, and that way it's in. Win it to be in it. But they didn't. Now, who won the first game? Alabama beat Georgia, right?
Yes, at
So
Georgia.
so they're going to say it's 1-1 the series, even if Alabama loses. So why should Alabama beat?
It sets up perfectly to like.
And that game went on the wire too. That's another game. It could have just easily been Georgia, and then we wouldn't have to worry about this Alabama team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be that Alabama coach. I'm not going to be that Alabama coach. I'll say it again.
SEC Big Ten.
Be that Alabama coach.
James Canes 4001 said, "This is the SEC/Big Ten Invitational." Absolutely,
it is. It's their movie, and we're just a bit part in it.
Yeah. Let's see here. Miguel Lopez said, "Laugh out loud. Bring back the Big East."
There you go.
I agree. Every school should say we're going independent now. The whole place said we're independent too, just like you. Of course, you don't have the TV contracts, but I'll bet Miami could get someone to sign them on a TV contract.
Yes. I forgot who was that said earlier that it must be nice to be Notre Dame to lose your first 2 games and just play crap teams the rest of the year and just get in the playoff and not have no repercussions whatsoever.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
I wanted USC to lose so bad this week for that reason.
Yeah.
Let's see. Howard Stern put 10 wins in 4 years. You mean with the NIL money we're spending? Anybody could have done that. Let's see. We still have. Mark Moore said we still have a chance. Yeah, I can agree with that assessment. There still is a chance. It's just, again, it's on the hypothetical. Do you think they will finally honor the head-to-head if Miami and Notre Dame are like this in the rankings, if BYU loses and Alabama wins?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be such a buzzkill to start off watching Saturday and BYU wins. Like it would just ruin the whole Saturday.
Unless I put money on these things, I'm not. I don't know if I'll watch one game. I'll be so pissed off.
Oh no! I'm about to order my Michael Crabtree throwback Texas Tech jersey. I'm ready. Let's go. I want BYU to lose. Sorry, BYU.
No, I want BYU to lose too. But if we don't get in, I'm just going to be irate. It's going to be hard to focus on any of these teams.
Yeah.
And the Panthers just dropped their 3rd in a row, so they're not playing well either.
Yeah, they've been a little up and down this season.
They just dropped the 3rd in a row, which is not good.
Nick Adams asked, Gio, do you think they would be interested in getting the Southern Cal transfer Brian Jackson as a running back? He's got great size and measurables. They still kind of want to try to add one more high school guy at the running back position, so that's kind of up in the air. Gilbert Hernandez, Miami should cancel next year game versus. Oh yeah, I already got that.
I know some of them run too quick.
Raph Lopez, main critique not mentioned enough is how bad the ACC has been in promoting/protecting their products, their refs, schedules, and their stupid tiebreaker rules. Total joke. Raph is on a roll.
Well, now it's a little like
ACC sucks. I think that's the next T-shirt.
It's like better late than. It's like better late than never. I think if you look in the next couple of days, the ACC network is actually replaying Miami Notre Dame like 7 times or something like that. Yeah, now
Exactly.
It's like day late and a dollar short type of shit.
What does ACC stand for? If on a negative connotation, anybody know? I once put out on classes ACC champions. I posted it on Facebook. I was very small at the time. And the store, and I get a letter the next day, cease and desist. You can't say anything with ACC. I'm like, what? All I said is ACC champions on it.
Cease and desist. Cease and desist.
It was basketball, not football.
ACC stands for a crappy conference.
That's it.
Yeah.
A crappy conference.
Leo, Fred, and Mando. Not all publicity is good publicity. Miami versus Notre Dame controversy heating up with Marco Rubio, Trump, DeSantis. People can start saying ESPN, SEC collusion, monopoly. They don't want that smoke. True in essence, but I think these guys are going to do whatever the heck they want, to be honest.
Yeah.
Correct. That's why I think even my little lawsuit won't do it. What time are you on, Gio, for the questions so I can see it?
What is the what?
What's the time stamp on the question you're on right now?
I'm over at, it shows 10:09 from earlier.
Okay. All right.
Daniel Castillo mentioned, Gio, this could be the optimist in me, but could the committee be setting this up for ratings? If BYU loses, high probability, everybody tunes in for ratings.
I agree, but why are they're coming in anyway? I mean, if Notre Dame was behind us, wouldn't there still be the same amount of ratings?
Yeah. No, I actually people do tune in for the ratings, but like Brett just mentioned, a lot of it these days, and us included, a lot of it's for the betting purposes. That's why I think a lot of people now. I played now fantasy football for like 20 plus years, and even that's taken a back seat to everybody now with the prop bets. Everybody, and whether it's NFL, college, that's everybody's. Like at work, the younger guy, everybody, that's what everybody talks about. Like a few years ago, it was fantasy football. Hey, fantasy. Nobody even mentions fantasy football anymore, really. Now it's all about, hey, did you hit the 3-leg parlay? And that's why a lot of people watch these games.
Listen, if it wasn't for sports betting, half the people wouldn't be watching it. I mean, it's the only watching your favorite team. I can watch my favorite team, but you're up at 2 a.m. watching Hawaii versus Pacific. No, I mean, I even know a guy that does table tennis.
No, that might be me. But but there's, if you ever want to laugh, like seriously laugh, let's say if you put up a wager on an NBA guy or a football, baseball, whatever, and the guy gets off to a bad start, go search his name on X. And people lose their fucking mind. Yeah. Like it is crazy.
I know that. That's why we're gonna have to go to the betting show, Mando, and just read people's quotes. It's like that would be a good thing. Who do you got? I got CanesWear. Why isn't Spo playing him? Spo is costing me money. I'm suing Spo.
Oh, people go, I'm never putting U.S. currency on him again. It's the best. I love it.
Yes, they blame the coaches. They blame everybody.
But to Castillo's point, yes, a lot of this, of course, is ratings. Like when Reese Davis asked him, are you saying that Miami can't, two teams that aren't playing catch each next week we'll rank the teams again? Yeah, sure, whatever, bro.
How did this guy get to be 7? How did this guy get to be an AD? I mean, he'd be fired from our podcast.
Vegas Kane put here a very great comment. He said, what's the address of the committee members? I want to send them my new puppy's poop, and he poops a lot. I've got plenty to go around.
He'll be named in the lawsuit, so don't worry, Vegas Kane. Well, they'll be out there.
1 milligram of epinephrine. I've hated on Mario as much as anyone this season, Howard. He ain't going anywhere, though, and we're in a better spot than anywhere. Yeah.
Correct. We're in a much better spot. Tune in 4 weeks ago, my rants on Mario. I'd like to say that's why he changed, but I think that it was obviously someone much bigger than me called him and said, what the fuck are you doing? We didn't pay you money, all this money to come in and micromanage this program. Take that leather helmet off and put it in the closet. I'm cracking myself up.
I think Brett's drink number 3 just kicked in. There it is.
It's hot tea, Mando. It's hot tea.
Ah, yeah,
there
right.
Howard Stern said, we need a bigger NIL budget. Mario can't win with 30 million budget we have now. No, I think the budget's plenty enough to win.
We got enough talent to win here, for crying out loud. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna have to pay about $25 million just alone for Malachi this year, but hopefully have some money left over for everybody else.
Imagine how much he's gonna get. My goodness.
Oh, so the reason he went to LSU, they were paying him. They were going to give him 11.5 this year, so it wasn't the money. He's only getting 12. Supposedly, the money he's getting a minimum of $25 million to pay off for players that LSU is giving him. You should remember how much he was complaining about anybody, like when LSU, everybody was getting Texas A&M was getting everybody, and he was complaining at Lane Kiffin. Now he's going to have as much of a budget as anybody, and supposedly he's going after everybody. If you're a star, he's going to say to Malachi, we'll give you $5 million, guarantee. We'll give you $5 million to come to us. He's going to be offering, he's going to go to Jeremiah. He's going to go to everybody. And he's a great salesman. I remember when he made the line, he says, "You know how good your assistant coaches recruit when you see what their wives look like."
Yeah, Lane, he said some weird stuff today. He was like that he told his agent, I think his name is Jimmy Sexton, that he didn't want to even know how much his contract was, like insinuating that he didn't even know how much he was going to get. Like, that's crazy. Like, there's no way, right? How do you know how much? How do you not know what your contract's going to be?
He listened to three guys. He listened to Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, he said, and Jesus. They all gave him advice.
Yeah,
the big three.
If somebody offered me $100 million, I'd probably be running too.
But he had the $100 million. Mando, who was still getting $100 million from the other team. He was getting all that. He was getting $11 million this year. He got $9 million guarantee and then $2.5 million bonuses. That's $11 million.
Must be nice.
Charles Dawson
$9 million to another. That's what we pay people to do this
Charles
podcast.
Charles Dawson shared, I hate it when they say Miami isn't playing in the conference championship. Yet Notre Dame never plays a conference championship ever. That's true.
And you know who won the championship last year?
Ohio State.
And they did not play in their conference championship.
Nope. It was Penn State against Oregon, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, 3 of the last 7 years, the national champion has not played in their conference championship.
That's crazy.
Ohio State, more reason why Miami should be in.
Ohio State twice and Alabama once.
Gilbert Hernandez also shared here. Notre Dame was still in the top 25 after losing 2 games back to back. Yeah, that was the opening of the season.
Great point.
So Robert or Roberto shared, guys, do you think they'll drop Ole Miss since Lane and half their staff bolted? That might help us out if so.
No, they actually went up a spot. They went up a spot. No, I mean, at first when it happened, of course, everybody was talking about that. But as we saw today, they went up a spot. So much for that.
Gio, are there like 50,000 people watching? There's about 500,000 comments.
Yeah, there's tons of comments here. I'm trying to.
Yeah. I'll stick around for a couple more. I gotta bounce in a couple.
You know, what's your boss's name, Mando? I'm going to tell him on Wednesdays. Well, this is the last Tuesday.
Well, on my team, I'm the boss, but I got to be up at 4:30. So.
All right. Well, I went to bed at 4:30 last night, or in the morning, I should say.
Why doesn't that stun me?
Gio's thinking of all these questions. He says, "What the heck? We may have to continue."
he's just scrolling through them.
We have to be up till 4 in the morning.
This is an interesting one. Heart of Sports, but facts. I'm sure we've been talking to Big Seaton, Jordan Seaton from Colorado, the tackle, on the low, and he was also working out at Miami last offseason. Yeah, you know, Mario Cristobal loves him, some of the offensive linemen, and Jordan Seaton and the situation in Colorado. Very interesting one if he decides he wants to roll there another year or potentially test the market. He would immediately be one of the 2 best players in the transfer portal this offseason if he were to go in. Let's see. Raf Lopez said about the preseason questions for next year. Miami would be top 10 preseason. Miami's stacking talent now. Get used to it. Let's see.
Let me give I love it because when I'm on the Big O show. And right now, just to tell you guys, Bitcoin is 93,000.
So
Bitcoin hat, but
and then he always at the ends of his tweets he'll put out like, "I'm not a financial advisor."
Triz for Life 718 shares for the portal. He says Miami. We need a defensive tackle, defensive end, linebacker, left tackle, guard, center, wide receiver. Damn, that's a whole bunch of positions. I don't think Miami will do all of those.
Nope.
Defensive tackle, I could see them doing it, and especially.
Please, God, DT, please.
Yeah, they're gonna hit it for D tackle, and
yes,
definitely is gonna happen too.
Hello, it's Miami. Yeah, it's over, boys. What's your favorite Pop-Tart? I always like the strawberry, actually.
Bro, we go to the Pop-Tart Bowl again. My God, come on, man.
I've still got Pop-Tart shirts for sale.
Fuck.
Jeff was right. Don't order that crap.
And in that freaking stadium, my God.
Let's see here. Juan Manuel said, Gio, what do you think of the Michigan State receiver that is hitting the transfer portal? He's 6'3", 208 pounds. Mario and Kevin Beard are starting to follow him too. I haven't been paying too much close attention to the portal right now because of signing day coming up now, and starting tomorrow, and that ends Friday. Then portal opens up next week. I know guys are starting to enter their names now, but no official movement will begin until next week. So I'll dive more into that later. But interesting though. I'll check that out.
So it happens first thing in the morning that they turn in their letters, correct?
Yeah.
What time?
What for the transfer portal?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens with that is
portal, or tomorrow's is recruiting day.
Well, tomorrow is high school recruiting. So
that's what I meant. For high school recruiting, the letters start coming in when?
Letters will start coming in about I believe around like 5, 6 in the morning.
Okay.
The fax machine. The fax machine.
Can we have any surprises tomorrow? Does anybody care?
Possibly one, but I still think there's stuff I got to work through there.
All right.
Yeah.
Can a kid commit tomorrow and then decide a few months later, nah, I don't want to be with you?
Yeah.
Wait, could a kid
commit? Because once you committed before, you were locked in, right?
No, well, you could commit and decommit at any time, always. But as long as they didn't sign anything, yeah, they technically could still.
No, once they sign the letter of intent, I mean.
Yeah, well, then that becomes a little more complicated.
But they can get out of letter of intents now, right?
Yeah, you can. You just have to file for it and everything. And you.
So Lane says, you know what, kid, I'll give you another $500,000. Unless he's giving me all this. But sure, I'll go over there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, right, I'm gonna check out, guys. Love you guys.
Love you, Mando. Thank you. Everybody follow Mando. Lakers, Canes, Mando, the best guy on Twitter. Get him up to
except for Gio.
Yeah, the what's it called? We'll say something else when you leave.
Hey, hopefully next week we're talking about a playoff spot. Let's see. See what happens.
We're talking about a playoff spot. Here's the deal. If we're talking about a playoff, when are we going to go? We're going to go on Sunday night, Gio? If we get it?
Let's see. So the selection show is around noon on Sunday.
It's like a 3 or 4 hour thing, right? I heard, supposedly.
Yeah.
If we don't get in, we're not going on. Okay? It's to try, but I'm just going to be crying the whole time, unless I'm straight.
So here's the deal. If Miami's in, we'll go on Sunday. If they're not, we don't go on.
Yeah, it's just not that we don't want to hear everybody complaining, but we're going to be all crying in our beer also.
Executive decision has been made.
We'll see. So we'll let you know. We're trying to tempt them. Maybe the college football committee is saying we want these guys so bad on, we're going to put Miami in. But we'll see. We'll be on definitely because it's going to be some good takes, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Lawsuits going. All right, Mando. Thank you so much. You are the best. Really appreciate you. Get some rest.
Take care.
Have a good night, guys. All right, guys.
1 milligram of epinephrine. If you can't watch a pirate stream, don't watch the playoffs. I got the sweet links if you need them. You can always use the TV app. Heard it's pretty good. Heart of Sports said here, Juan Manuel, Nick Marsh is a straight stud. He might be the best outside receiver in the entire portal, regardless of who enters. Yeah, I absolutely know who Nick Marsh is. He's a really good receiver, very talented. So I guess that's the name Juan Manuel is discussing. Let's see. Alex God is great. The committee put Alabama at 9 to protect them. Yes, they absolutely did. George Blanco said, Gio, does Duke beating Virginia help us? It doesn't matter what happens with Virginia or Duke at this point. All that concerns for Miami is you get to number 10, you're in. Nothing between any result between those two teams will affect Miami's standing with the playoff.
What would be good, Gio, is if the committee would have said, listen, if your conference champion doesn't get in, okay, we're going to make sure we want everything to be, we're going to put one team in from every of the Power Four conferences automatically. the best possible team, the highest ranked team is going to be in there. So everybody's represented.
Yeah.
That would have been the good thing to do.
Hardest Sports Dallas is stud, but Mario doesn't go out to Gators. Seminoles, he hasn't had a single player from either school in 4 years. Is that true? Yeah, no, that actually is true. Miami Sports 72. You're talking about Mackenzie Brooks. Who's Mackenzie Brooks? Not sure who he's talking about. I'll have to jot that down here. I'll get back to you on that on another show. Let's see. Adarius Hayes. Let's see. The college football playoff is protecting Bama. Lose or win, Bama is in. That is why they removed. Yeah, everything that we've discussed before. You got some people rallying behind you, Brett. They said, yeah, James came 4001. He said, yeah, sue the living hell out of them.
Thank you, James. All right. I appreciate it. That's 1 or 2 or 3.
Roe from X put, Miami better get Frank Wilson on staff, and they will get all the kids from New Orleans. Yep. Alex God is great. Shared. Jim Phillips is a coward, and the right thing to do was to put Miami in over Duke in ACC championship game. You know, the Big Ten and the SEC would do right by the conference. Shame on him.
Totally. Jim Phillips is the worst. The last 3 years, we were left out last year, which I understand we had 2 teams. I could live with that last year when SMU got in. Florida State the year before, now possibly us. That he's not screaming every single week, but he loves Notre Dame. So why is he going to scream? He probably likes Notre Dame better than Miami.
Yeah. James Kane put here, Miami's toughest game next year is Miami. Yeah,
Good
absolutely.
Point. I think this is going to catapult us. Mario, I think, has to realize, like, he's going for the juggler. He's throwing ball. That's what he's got to be every game. None of this more falling on the ball at halftime when there's 2 minutes to go. You saw him calling timeouts. He understands the urgency that we have to score now a little bit more. But no, guess what? We're just going to run out the clock. We need to win by not 3 points anymore. We need to win by 30 points every game. That's the way football is played, unfortunately. And if we were to beat Notre Dame by a big score, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. They wouldn't be able to say 3. We'd say we dominated them. There would be Florida State. Every team we could have blown out, and we didn't.
1 milligram of epinephrine, but
Oh, I like
would donate to a legal fund to help you sue the CFP committee. And then he's proceeded to say, I also know some want a quicker, more permanent. JK.
I like he has both 2 JKs in there. Thank you, 1 milligram. We will be taking contributions, maybe.
And then he put, no, seriously, JK. Peanut put, wins always mean more than losses. They absolutely should be. Alex, God is great. When we beat Notre Dame next at their place, it will be a great loss. This is so asinine. Yeah. Melvin Jones, they need to do like Jimmy Johnson teams, beat the brakes off of everyone next year. I agree.
Jimmy Johnson said that after he beat Notre Dame many years ago in the we beat Notre Dame, and when they were all complaining about him, I think it was it 84 or 85, and he said, or 86, whatever it was. And he said, listen, why did you keep on scoring? He says, when they decide that they don't want to go ahead and make points count and point differential, then we won't score. But point differential is everything. It always has been.
Redhead Kane shared, that's crazy. But they have a saying for Notre Dame. Even when they lose, they win.
Exactly. The leprechauns. Get me that gold.
Yeah. James Kane said, every G5 team that makes playoffs is going to get absolutely destroyed. I don't know why they even get a spot. Yeah, it's not going to be pretty for those teams. I don't see any G5 being able to compete.
North Texas State on the money line.
Yeah. Let's see.
The saddest part is, Gio, we really can win this thing. We are good enough to win this whole thing. The only team I think can really is Ohio State, but I think we can beat everybody.
Redhead Kane asked, "What if Bama and BYU lose? That would be a terrible situation for Miami. They won't be in because the committee's basically almost guaranteed they're going to keep Alabama in,
unless they're blown out, which is probably not going to happen. But if they lose by 30, then I don't think Alabama gets in. 29, maybe.
Melvin Jones said, Are you guys sure about these scenarios? Because these chumps are doing whatever they want. I'm pretty confident about these scenarios in terms of what they're trying to do. That they're trying to keep Alabama still in. They're also trying to leverage the situation of like Notre Dame and Alabama. Like, for example, let's say Alabama loses, they have a foolproof plan where they'll just swap them with Notre Dame again. They'll just switch spots again, and they'll keep them both in. If BYU loses, now if BYU loses, Notre Dame's in some trouble there too. No,
if BYU wins, you mean?
BYU wins, Notre Dame is in trouble.
Yeah, no. If BYU and BYU and Alabama win, it's over. Nobody else can get it. It's a lock. And it's sad that the ACC, and if Duke wins, the ACC won't have a team, which will be crazy that they're going to bring in 2 G4 teams for parity to let everybody be part of it. But they're not going to have one of the major conferences be in, where the team in Miami sits on the sidelines.
H. Kane said the College Football Playoff Committee was hoping and praying Miami would have a November loss. They were so disappointed Miami didn't solve their problem. Yeah,
absolutely, 100% correct.
Juan Manuel said here, I think Miami and FSU and I think someone else he put here should start a boycott movement to affect Disney and the pocketbook.
Oh, ESPN.
Yeah. Ralph said, what if Alabama and BYU both have blown out losses? Do we move up above them and get to 10? Well, then I think that would create incredible chaos, even though I wouldn't be surprised if BYU gets blown out because Texas Tech already did it to them a few weeks back. Now, if Alabama gets blown out, then all bets are off. But bottom line, at the end of the day, they're trying to leverage to still keep Alabama still in. And
Notre Dame in a perfect world.
Yeah, and Notre Dame in a situation, if Alabama loses, Notre Dame would still stay in.
It's not like they voted. If they put these things in with a purpose, the fact you're right, Alabama's 9, Notre Dame 10, and then you've got 11 is. If they would have made Alabama 1 behind, then Notre Dame could have got in, and Alabama may not have. BYU would have won, but keeping them above, if they lose now, they can just drop them 1 slot, and then they can say, well, Miami had BYU between them and Notre Dame. Now we have Alabama between them, so we're not comparing them the same way.
Okay, this is a really good question here, actually. Canes fan from X said, does UNLV beating Boise State hurt? Would it hurt Notre Dame's strength of schedule? It absolutely would. It would, because that was one of their opponents. It definitely would.
Good question. Good point, Canes fan.
Melvin Jones said, I hate to say it, but I would rather take my chances with the computer. And then James Caden said, the computer will probably screw us even more.
It seems like the computer did the same thing as the did the computer not get us in 2000? Is that why we didn't get in over Florida State and we beat them late in the season?
It was pretty much that.
We lost early to Washington, very early, and by 4 points, I think 35-31. And then we win Florida State late, and Florida State still gets ahead of us. So it's not the computer. I think it's the person who is programming the computer. We hate Miami. We hate Miami.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, good one here. Alabama hater 49-55. Oklahoma beat Alabama head-to-head and ranked ahead of Alabama. But Miami beat Notre Dame head-to-head but ranked behind them. Now Alabama moves up for beating a 5-win Auburn team and barely at that. Yeah, everything that we've discussed. And funny enough, even more about the head-to-head stuff. For example, Texas Tech beat BYU head-to-head. Texas Tech is ranked ahead of BYU. Also, like you mentioned, the Oklahoma over Alabama. Oklahoma is ranked over Alabama. And I know I'm forgetting, I believe it's one more team here. Hold on, because I pulled up the rankings next to
it was like 6 or 7 last year also.
Yeah, so, oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Here we go. All right, here we go. I got the correct rankings.
Texas.
The only one that's not being respected, like, for example, Alabama beat Georgia earlier this year. They're not ranked ahead of Georgia, but here's the difference. Georgia's a 1-loss team. Alabama's a 2-loss team.
Correct.
Now, if they both had 2 losses, Alabama should be ahead of Georgia. Head-to-head should be respected.
Georgia
But
beat Ole Miss. That's why they're ahead of Ole Miss.
here's the funny thing, though. Texas A&M's head-to-head over Notre Dame is being respected. Mind you, they just had what you could arguably call possibly a bad loss to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You could kind of consider that because Texas lost team, and Texas A&M basically ran the table up until that point. Texas A&M's head-to-head with Notre Dame is still being respected, but Miami's is not because, they don't have the little SEC patch on the jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Commando Breezy said, BYU loses, we in, fellas. Chill. That 10 spot is ours. That's why Notre Dame dropped. I still don't trust the committee. I still don't trust them. I think it could go either way still.
Mm-hmm. I don't trust them at all.
Especially if Alabama were to lose. I think it would give them enough excuse to just swap Alabama with Notre Dame and then just call it a day.
The question is Jeremiah Love hurt? If Jeremiah Love is out, which is a possibility, even though Notre Dame's denying it, and they find that out, I mean, that'd be hard to put Notre Dame over us because he is the most exciting part of that team.
Yeah, with Jeremiah, yeah. You better love somebody from YouTube said, Canes don't need to be Big Ten. Too many cold weather games. Well, you know what? I'm going to go with this, like Mario shared going into that Pittsburgh game. The excuses about cold weather is for soft people.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Actually, perfect example, Brett. Even when Miami was playing in the Big East, they had to play in some cold games.
Correct. Yeah, we did.
Even way back in like the 80s and 90s, then they had matchups like they played Michigan back then. They had some matchups with Ohio State or whatever. Right. That was cold weather games.
Listen, a lot of these kids not every kid is from South Florida.
Yeah. Carlos Montilla, isn't Jeremiah Love injured? Why not drop Notre Dame down because the best player is out? Yeah, they're keeping that very well under the wraps about what his status is. Howard Stern put, why is it so hard to create a mini March Madness? Nobody cares about ball games anymore. Who's running the NCAA for college football? Joe Biden? Oh, my God.
I think that looks like I think Yurachek, the way he is.
Bama hater. Is losing in the SEC championship game a criteria point that guarantees a playoff spot? Miami has the advantage with head-to-head common opponents and ranked wins over Notre Dame and Alabama. I absolutely agree with you, my man, but just this committee ain't respecting it. They keep on.
Let's just say Alabama does get blown out. My son just sent this to me, Garrett. Alabama gets blown out, and BYU also loses big. Is it possible? I don't think they can move to 8-9, right? Because Alabama's right now 9, Notre Dame's 10, correct?
Yeah.
They'd have to move Oklahoma too, which isn't going to happen. So
yeah, no.
8-9 would be perfect for football because you got Miami and Notre Dame, which would be gigantic ratings. But then again, yeah. So people think 9 and 10. 9 and 10 don't play each other. 8 and 9 do.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, you know what? For example, let's say if somehow Miami finds a way to get number 10, who they would likely play in the first round of the playoffs, and it would be on the road against Texas A&M if things stood where they still were. If Miami were to get number 10, they played Texas A&M, which was the other team that beat Notre Dame. I guess you could settle all that. Who's the best of those 3 teams?
Correct. I think that's a great idea. I vote for it right now, Gio. So I'm pretty confident we're not going to lose this Saturday.
Yeah, no. I mean, unless they lose the bye week.
Exactly. Unless they call us and say, hey, you got a substitute for Duke. The ACC will say, we just realized they've got 5 losses.
Yeah. Let's see. James Kane said, Alabama can lose by 40 and still not get left out. Well, I think if they lose by 40, there would be some serious questions. But
it doesn't have to be an injury. I think Simpson is the team. If something happened to him.
Bama hater said, Miami beat Notre Dame on the field and in criteria points, but we can't beat Notre Dame or Bama in the politics arena. Who can hold the committee accountable? Just people on higher up levels, whether it's politically or just within. Well, the NCAA doesn't really get treated seriously these days by college football. So
I mean, the Secretary of State, who's pretty powerful, said he'd have a big problem. You know, he's a Gator fan, would have a huge problem with if Miami is not voted in over Notre Dame. So obviously, governors are always going to root for their respective teams. But of course, if CanesWear sues the committee and names each person, maybe something will change. But who knows?
I like this reference because one of my sons watches a lot of Charlie Brown. Rock and Rant said here, love all you guys, go Canes. But that idiot chairman is rope-a-doping us Charlie Brown Lucy style. Even if we get right next to them, F that guy, by the way. What he means is he's talking about the chairman trying to do a rug pull to Miami at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Commando Breezy said they specifically brought up the back-to-back rankings. Yep. We'll see. Bama hater. If Bama had lost to Auburn, they would have 3 losses and out of the playoffs. A third loss in the SEC championship game is 3 losses. How can Bama get rewarded a playoff spot with a win or loss in the SEC championship game? So they'll protect a Big Ten or SEC team in one of their championship games. They just won't throw them out. Even like the brand power behind Alabama too. It's just, look, I know it sounds crazy to think like, damn, like 3-loss Alabama still getting in. They literally set it up like that tonight.
Exactly.
What they did with the rankings.
Mm-hmm.
They manipulated it. There was no reason for them to move ahead of Notre Dame.
Exactly. 0 reason. And what the answer they gave, what was the answer they gave was that we liked, first of all, they played a great first half. They were leading 17-0 at half. So that first half, you see, obviously was great. And secondly, it was a courageous effort by the Alabama coaching staff to go ahead and go for it then and win the game against a very difficult Auburn team. Despite the fact that Auburn was only 5-6 with a new coach, we know they actually are a better team than that.
Look at this. James Kane put Catholics versus Mormons versus Miami.
That is freaking funny.
Let's see. Daphne Silverman 3460. There is a school of thought that there is some stock to be held in Boise State UNLV, the Boise State UNLV game. Notre Dame beat Boise State. UNLV lowers Notre Dame's strength of schedule. BYU lost, and we're in. Both and the U is probably a lock in my opinion. I would love to think or hope so. I'm just more of I'll wait and see what happens.
So what was that? BSU, UNLV, Notre Dame beat BSU. UNLV win, lowers their strength of schedule, toss, and we're in both in U. How much does it affect their strength of schedule? 1 loss. Because right now they're slightly ahead of us, correct?
Yeah, just a smidge in that category.
Yeah. With so many games.
Yeah, it could definitely drop a bit. I don't think it could be that like super drastic though. Heart of Sports brings up a good point here. The ACC is 1-loss league. Unless we go 12-0 or 11-1, we're not getting in at large. The only way we could lose 2 games is one of them being a non-conference, and we still get in as the ACC champion.
Mm-hmm.
So, funny thing you mentioned that. So, for example, Clemson backdooring into the ACC game near the end of the regular season last year.
True.
They had quite a few losses going into that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what also played in there too is a little bit of a recency stuff, like recency bias in terms of Clemson. You know, they were already in quite a few playoffs before and everything. I think they did win the conference, the ACC last year, but again, like I don't think the committee had so much of a problem having Clemson in because of how many times they made appearances before. Even
correct, that's a different story. Yeah, I love when you see the the Blue Devil board or whatever posting, Manny got in twice and you guys only got it. It's like, really? I mean, who's going to be going ahead and bragging about being in there 7-5?
Yeah, no, it's a bad look.
The way I want them. I know you want them for the cast, but Duke fans, especially with Manny, you want them blown out in some respects.
Yeah. Bama Hater said, I feel like my Canes should be in, and I'll debate the entire committee against the Notre Dame aspect. But honestly, Chris Bo has allowed unranked teams to keep us out 2 years in a row. He does have a point. Commander Breezy, yes, we do. Josh Silverman said, wait, I already answered that. Howard Stern, joining the ACC was the biggest curse for this program. It hasn't gone so well for the program, yeah. Redhead Kane, when are they changing the ACC name with teams from the West Coast and the conference now? You're absolutely right. They're still calling it the Atlantic Coast Conference, but you bring in teams like Stanford and California. And yeah, I mean, I guess just the name is just there to be there.
Look at 1 milligram of epinephrine. I don't know if you got to this one yet. Tom Seaver, Jiminy Christmas. What are you, 1,000 years old? Tom Seaver was my hero as a kid. Led the 1969 Mets to but I started following baseball about 71. Yes, I'm not 1,000, but about 998. I just look very young.
Let's see. Can we do like ND and the ACC? Yeah, Miami would have to go independent to do that. I don't think Miami would be able to go independent now. 8. You better love. Somebody said ACC is going to Amazon Prime. Howard Stern.
First of all, whoever signed that contract with the ACC, it should be fired. If that was Phillips, that is the worst contract. Why does everybody else have so much of a better contract than we do? I mean, who do they let negotiate this stuff? Some guy that's finger painting? I have no idea how they negotiated such a bad contract.
Yep. Let's see. David from X said, the committee 100% figured Miami would lose another game, ranking them at 18, and now they finished 10-2. They do not know what to do. We do need to get out of the ACC immediately. I agree with that. The commissioner is non-existent. The refs are a joke, and don't get me started with the tiebreakers. All correct points there.
We beat the number 22 team or so on the road, destroy them by 31 points. You can even hear Pittsburgh talking about how our defensive line, they can't even believe how good and how physical they were. And we don't move up a spot.
Yep.
We're beating that team. Alabama beats a 5-6 team. It's just a barely struggle by them, and they move up. Mississippi loses their coach. I mean, it loses their coach, loses the whole coaching staff, but they move up. If you're SEC, you can do anything you want, it basically says.
Yep. Cools 4585 said, go Irish. No.
All right.
Notre Dame fans stopping by. I don't think it's a good time to stop by here. H. Canes 1005 said, heard they are bringing in ACC refs for the BYU Texas. Specifically, our boy that loves the Canes. He's talking about Jerry Mangalanis.
Yeah, Magdalene, it's something, yeah.
Melvin Jones has said that Tech doesn't have to win. Neither does Georgia. Yep, good points. They don't have to.
But they have to win because they want buys. If they both win, they get a bye. If they lose, they have to play next week. I don't think even if it's a home game, they don't want to play next week. They'd much rather have a bye. So those games are very important to them. They lose their position because then Georgia doesn't have a bye. Their arch rival Alabama has a bye. So they're not going to be happy with that. So they really do have to win.
1 milligram of epinephrine put. I just wanted to point out that Miami's AD not only voted to water down the conference with extra garbage teams plus SMU, but he also approved the tiebreakers. Oh.
But the tiebreakers were put into effect. I don't think they re-voted on. Now, Miami's AD was with Clemson, so he has been in the ACC for a long time. That is correct. But this is the old tiebreaker system when they had when they had divisions. That's why they said they're playing based on the common opponents but they didn't expect Miami and Duke to be playing two completely different schedules. And as we said earlier, Duke got benefit by losing to Virginia, who only had one loss in the conference, right? They lost to Virginia with one loss, and they lost to Georgia Tech with 2 losses. We, on the other hand, beat Virginia Tech, who were 2-6, and beat Florida State, who were 2-6. I mean, this is all Florida State's fault and Virginia Tech's fault. We really should be blaming them for us not going to the ACC championship game, because they were good this year. We could have been in the ACC championship game.
Oh, this is interesting. One man well, but Blake Baker. You remember Blake Baker, Brett?
Yes, I do remember Blake Baker.
Blake Baker is rumored to be the next head coach at Tulane, coming from ex-Tulane players. That would be a good spot for him. I mean,
yeah.
Credit to Blake Baker and what he's been able to do, and just like stop at Missouri and then getting to LSU and everything. He's been really successful since the whole Miami thing. But yeah, that would be.
Who was he under? Was he under Al?
He was under Manny towards the end tenure. Yeah, so that
I liked him.
It would be interesting because there's quite a few guys that Miami's interested from LSU's recruiting class, specifically defensive guys.
Well, that would be good. Now, Howard Stern is showing his love for Mario.
Howard Stern asks, Gio, honest opinion, what do you think of Florida's new coach, John Summerall? He looks like Billy 2.0 with a better personality. So here's the thing. I think he's a good coach for what he's been able to do the 2 years that he had at Troy and then getting over to Tulane and success he found there. However, Florida's got a problem on their hands where they claim that we don't want another G5 coach, and because we already went through that with Billy Napier, and they got another G5 coach again. So for their sake, they got to hope that it works out. I think he's a good coach. Definitely know much more about him than I did Billy Napier coming into him taking the Florida job. So we'll see. Redhead Kane said, Canes B-ball win 75-66 over Ole Miss earlier. Yep. Let's see. Duke or UVA. Hold on. King Kell shared, I want KS as well, Gio. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Chaos, baby. Captain Chaos, Gio Million.
Well, Ventura shared, with all the University of Miami lawyers, I can't believe Miami won't prepare a case versus ESPN/SEC for collusion. Yeah, I don't think they would strike something like that preemptively. I believe it would be more so just, they're kind of like, let it play out, let's see what happens, and then decide any possible course of action afterwards.
Did you see this Dan Woken post on 921? Probably not, because we started the show. He says, Notre Dame's weak resume always deserved more scrutiny than it got from the College Football Playoff Committee. Now it seems they've set a trap door for the Irish to fall out of the bracket and get replaced by Miami. So now they've set the trap door? I mean, and looking at that, in 10 games, there are 10 wins. They won 10 in a row. Okay, 2-10 Purdue, 2-10 Arkansas, 2-10 Boston College, 3-9 Syracuse, 4-8 Stanford, and 7-5 North Carolina State. Their big wins are against, we know, Southern Cal 9-2, Navy 8-4, and Boise State 8-4. But 8-4 should be a bad win because it's a bad loss for us. How is 8-4 a bad loss for us, but it's a good win for them?
Yeah, no.
But Dan Woken is waking up to the fact that Notre Dame is being set up for a trap door. That's what they're all saying. Clay Trav, they're all saying this is a setup for Notre Dame. But why didn't we move ahead this week? What is the head-to-head? Because
maybe for TV ratings.
Maybe. Let's say.
Shocker right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shouldn't be any shocker. Miami won the damn head-to-head.
Exactly.
You know what's funny? Brett, I'll put it to you this way. I've had Notre Dame fans I mean, they've gone at me for weeks now, and I've entertained it here and there, some of their things, and put my counterpoints. However, many times they say, "Oh, well, we should have been the 1993 champions because we beat Florida State, but then we lost the game late, and then Florida State got and played in the national title and they won it, and blah 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 blah." All right, fine and dandy, I get it from back then, 1993, but the whole reason why there was a college football playoff made and everything was to avoid all of that. For example, we're not talking about a Miami team that has 7 or 8 wins and Notre Dame has 10. They're both 10-2. They both have the same exact record. All the metrics you look up of both teams, it's literally right there with each other. Miami won the head-to-head. It should absolutely count.
And yeah, and even the other thing is the common opponent. We've had 4 common opponents. We're both 4-0. I mean, Notre Dame was so happy. Oh, we destroyed the lacrosse team at Syracuse instead of the football team with lacrosse player. But the other 3 games, Miami, if you want to look at that, you guys only beat Syracuse by 30. We beat them by 150. The other 3 games, we beat them. I mean, Marcus Freeman was trying to score a touchdown late, but he couldn't do it. I mean, they had that game. They were trying to blow out Stanford. Stanford made it a game, scoring 20 points. Not a game, but Notre Dame their fans must have been going crazy when they were giving up points in the second half.
Brett, I saw here, it's a good comment here for you from H. Canes, 1005. He said, Brett, moving the merch to baby wear, knowing I just had a grandson 6 weeks ago. Suggestive selling. Google is on new levels with AI, brother.
I wish I could take credit for that, H. Canes. That was me just passing it through, but that's amazing. But I think I did actually. I think there was something that read my mind because obviously I couldn't have just done it. So yes, so there probably was AI in my brain. But thank you. But first of all, congratulations. That's awesome. Congratulations on the grandchild. That is awesome. Wish you and the family lots of luck and health and happiness, importantly.
Juan Manuel's got a tremendous comparison here for Jim Phillips. ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips is the geek that gets stuffed in the locker, has that guy take his girl on a date with that wallet and credit card, willfully given to the guy, and then brings her back before 3 a.m.
Right.
Rich Millennium, I saw on X that if Duke wins, it'll help Miami's case, especially if they are next to ND. Would be controversial to leave the ACC out. That would be controversial.
They may be waiting for that. That's a great point. I mean, so sorry, Matthew, I got to root for Duke.
Let's see here. James Kane said, I don't want to see one G5 team in. I think that's a little too drastic. At least one should get in, but I mean, 2 is just that's too much.
2 is ridiculous. It should go to the and if they're going to put 2 in for that, put every conference in.
Hello world 5234 put the championship game should always be the Pop-Tart Bowl. This is the true problem with the college football playoff.
That's an excellent point. When I was a kid, I used to always go to the Orange Bowl, and they'd throw the oranges, and the Pop-Tart Bowl. Doesn't everybody have to eat the giant Pop-Tart? Was that what happened? We didn't get to eat it because we lost.
Yeah, that whole process with that Pop-Tart Bowl was kind of funny at the end. I watched it, and I went into the thing, and everything. It's just crazy, that whole setup. It is one of the better bowl games around now, though. So it's funny,
I know they pay very well. People just don't like the name.
Yeah, people joke about it. They say, "Oh, you're going to Pop-Tarts again," but it is one of the better bowls these days. Now it's not a bottom feeder.
Like bowl. The Military Bowl does not pay as much as the Pop-Tart Bowl. The Pinstripe Bowl doesn't pay as much.
Yep.
People get to go to the Pop-Tart Bowl. It's more local.
Let's see. Bobby Carson put, I'm afraid this could hurt us with recruiting and transfers if the committee keeps screwing us over and not letting us in. That's a fair point there too.
Very good point. Very
good.
But also we have to know that we had the season in our own destiny. And I think the fact that we lost those two games, I thought maybe we changed after the first one, Louisville, but we didn't. I thought we maybe changed last year on certain things that we could have done differently and we lost. This year, we actually changed everything on the offense. So that was a big plus. And if we go into that way next year and going that Mario knows he's got to win games big, it'll make this an amazing year next year.
Yep. Let's see.
You got a lot of talent coming back.
Khaled 7915. Miami is upset with the wrong team. It's Duke stealing your spot, not Notre Dame.
Well, Duke didn't get voted in.
That's so much discourse there. Yeah, so obviously the ACC tiebreaker rules are all a bunch of messed up, but Miami has every right to be upset with Notre Dame and everything because the head-to-head to matchup and everything. They both have the same record. All the metrics are literally identical now at the end of the season. Miami has every right to be upset.
You see, but fans get upset at, we're upset at Notre Dame. It's not Notre Dame's fault. It's the committee's fault, okay? Fans were upset with Ohio State. We hate Ohio State, the average Cane fan. It wasn't Ohio State that made the call. Joey Porter threw that, 5 minutes later. I mean, can you imagine if there was betting online then? People would be saying it was. So, it's these refs, and it seems like we're always getting the short stick of the refs or the committees or whatever.
Yep. Let's see. Modi 2802. Mind you, the SEC accomplished its goal of getting 4+ teams in the college football playoff. There you have it.
Exactly. They got 4+.
Miami, do you put Georgia will try to keep the game close to get Alabama in. SEC sticks together. Oh, but the thing is, Georgia is also trying to play for home field advantage and getting a bye too.
I think Georgia would love to knock Alabama out of the playoffs. I really do.
Yeah.
If they knew that they could knock, there's a huge rivalry out there. Those kids do not like each other, I'm sure. I don't think they're hanging out all the time. But Georgia loses. Can you imagine Georgia goes from having a bye, guaranteed bye, to playing in a game against somebody, and you don't know who it could be? I mean, they could have to play Miami. Do they want to, or Notre Dame? They don't want to play those two teams.
Yep. Did you hear the committee guys say that Alabama moved up because of the gutsy win over Auburn? I thought they definitely make the biases obvious. Yes, welcome to the U. Brett has discussed that several times during tonight's show, and yeah, it's absolutely crazy that
that's crazy. They're
want to say that
the gutsy call, the gutsy win. They went for it against a 5-6 team without their head coach.
Howard Stern put, great point, Miami to you. Jimmy Sexton is running the playoff committee.
Yeah, they said before Jimmy Sexton was Mario's agent. He would be, we'd be in the CFP.
Yeah.
Does Mario even have an agent? I want that job, the agent for the coaches.
Yeah.
Nowadays, what they're signing, they get an $80 million contract. You get 1% of that. That's not bad money.
Yeah.
$800,000.
So H. Kane said Josh Pate was saying that if we are next to Notre Dame at 10 to 11, that is what our folks saying is the open window. Yeah, but again, it would be great in theory, but what has stopped them all this time? Like, it's been constant goalpost moving. Like they said a few weeks back, oh, well, if they're within 3 spots of each other, then, we weigh it more of the head-to-head, but yeah, no, but Notre Dame's losses are great, and Miami's this, and it's just.
Is this the closest we've been to him, Joe? Is this the closest we've been? We were 2 spots. We were always 12-9, right? We were 12-9 last week.
Yeah,
so this is the closest we've been to them. But you're right. Why does there have to be a buffer BYU in there? Why not put BYU above Notre Dame and us? They've only lost one game.
BYU has a better resume than Notre Dame right now, actually.
The thing is that BYU, the one thing is they may not, let's say they don't want to drop a team. So now if BYU loses, they could just say, no, Notre Dame was already ahead of them, so we're not going to make a team. That's my concern. Notre Dame was already ahead of them, so Notre Dame will stay ahead of them. Miami can't jump over them because we're not going to discount a team because they lost their bowl game, their conference championship. That's a concern of mine, actually.
Yeah. Howard Stern put here, have you guys ever seen the people in the committee? None of these people want to see Miami and just look at their faces.
Exactly.
Yeah. I like this comment.
Miami can win this. Miami can win this whole thing, as Nick Saban said. So why do they want us to go in there to win it all?
I like this comment from Anthony Monsanto. He said, Gio, do you think what Reese Davis, Nick Saban, Desmond Howard have all been saying that Miami should be in the playoff is going to mean something after the conference championships? I don't think no matter what Nick Saban says, even though people should respect his opinion greatly, he's the greatest college football coach ever. That's undisputed. Mm-hmm. I don't think his word will even be respected itself.
Correct. I mean, maybe if we run around getting a petition, you get Reese Davis, Nick Saban, Desmond Howard, you got Booger McFarland or so, you got Josh Pate, you got Clay Travis, you got, you can get, what's his name said, Governor DeSantis said something, Marcus Rubio said something. You get everybody, we get a petition. Maybe we bring it up there on Sunday. That's what we need to do. So who wants to go get the petition signed? CanesWear sponsoring the petition to bring it to guys. I got to show this to you.
Let's see.
Howard Stern says Miami is in, or is he just saying that Bama and BYU can't use? According to Gio, we prefer Bama wins. BYU, we need to lose. If Bama loses, they have to be blown out. Blown out, lose the quarterbacks. Any of those things could help us. We don't want to see anybody injured, though, in theory. Or practice.
Commando Breezy put, only thing I'm scared of is if they put Alabama at 10 if they lose to Georgia and ND still separated from us. Yeah, that's the scenario that I've been discussing. I think you want.
Yeah, but I don't think they would drop. It's tough to drop Alabama for playing at all. Because that drop to Alabama means they have to play someone else. Who are they playing now? If they're in the 9, they're not in the playoffs. But so they're in the 9, they're playing the what? They're playing the 8. Which who's the 8 right now? Oklahoma. What a boring freaking game. So it'd be 8-9 rematch. That's all we all want to see, an 8-9 rematch in Oklahoma. Because that's what they're saying. That's the team Alabama can beat.
Yeah. Let's see here. Great. Let's see.
1 milligram. That's a good point. Fire Mario, you won't get top 50. Hey, listen, this is the first time we've won back-to-back 10-win seasons since basically was it 02-03. First time we closed out a season with 4 wins and got 10. So something, and this team is talent, and we're all upset that we didn't run the table. So that's Mario. We were never had that opportunity with Manny, with Shannon, with Golden. Who else we had? Coker. Oh, we got it with Coker.
Let's see.
That's a good by Anthony Manzano. Hope it's not a conspiracy theory, but I feel that ever since Miami blew out Notre Dame and forced Jerry Faust to retire, they hated Miami and they favored Notre Dame. But we have blown out. We've beaten Notre Dame multiple times since then, though. But that could be. Miami is hated. We took the college football world by storm. This little university. We played for the national championship almost every year from 83 to 93.
Let's see. Trying to get through some argument here. There's a good comment here from 1 milligram. So, Gio, please explain the relationship between Mario and the money this program is getting now. Much different commitment compared to before. Largely different from the top down.
We're 11:41. Yeah, the money is now coming from the Moss brothers. I think from, maybe from the Prophet. There's a lot of money coming in. I don't know where. But every team has their money coming. I don't know how much. You don't hear much about the Canes connection anymore, do you? Not as much as I did before.
Yeah, no, but they're still very much active and involved. Howard Stern put, Gio, who are top 3 targets for the portal at quarterback? Well, none of the guys that would be top targets for Miami are in yet. At the end of the day, you obviously got to wait until they're officially in, and then things open up much more from there. But if a guy like Sam Levitt would be in there, Miami, he would instantly be number 1 for Miami. And there's other guys that I know that they would be interested in if they entered, but again, first got to enter. So we'll see. It's right around the corner.
What year is Sam Levitt now?
Yeah, no, about the transfer portal. And
what year is he in, Sam Levitt?
He's got 2 more years from what I recall.
Yeah, I just think that'd be a problem. Bringing someone with 2 years, knowing that we have Coleman coming, knowing that we have both guys. I just think I think the goal should be a one and done guy. You can always get another guy next year.
Yeah, he's still got 2 more years on him. But he would technically be a redshirt junior.
Okay, so he could go to the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if he lit it up like these, he would go to the NFL. That's what you want. Nobody's coming back. Well, they could come back for their last season with all the money they make now.
Pemberton boys shared earlier. Boomer Sooner. We don't like Oklahoma over here.
Boomer Sooner. I used to be an Oklahoma fan many years ago, Pemberton. This was the first Orange Bowl game I ever went to, Oklahoma against Michigan. And I was a huge fan of, what was it, Thomas Lott, the quarterback, Elvis Peacock, Kenny King, Billy Sims, all those guys. Leroy Selman, I remember. I was a fan. I think he played in the game myself. Dewey Selman. Way before Brian Bosworth. I was already out at that time.
Let's see.
There's nothing wrong with 10-2 back-to-back, even if the CFP didn't value it. Next year, 11-1 or 12-0. This team is built to go depending on the next quarterback. VA Canes, I agree with that. I'm very disappointed that we're not better than we are, and I was screaming, get rid of. I was just so upset about Mario after the SMU game. But you know what? He has adapted for the first time. He has changed everything up. And I'm very excited about next year. I've never been more excited about with this game plan. Knowing Pringle's going to be there, possibly Fletcher, obviously Malachi. We've got other players, Josh Moore. We've got Poyser coming back. We've got Fitzgerald coming back. We've got several other players. We've got Moten, right? We've got, and we're going to fill it in. I'm confident that we're going to get a lot more talent. And I think we're going to be a powerhouse next year. Now, of course, I want to make the playoffs this year, and I want to win. If we make the playoffs, we can win. It just goes to show you, though, the odds makers I said before with Mando, my dad always said about betting, Miami's 100-1 to win it all going into this before this polls. Notre Dame was 9-1. That's saying not that Notre Dame is better than us, that Notre Dame got about a 10 times better chance of getting to the playoffs, which is baloney. Because if Miami is in the playoffs, Miami's not 100-1. Miami's probably, a possible, top 5 favorite. 100-1. So I'll be curious to see what it is tomorrow. If it's a lot lower tomorrow, then they think Miami can replace Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Maybe right now. Let's check it out. It wasn't up earlier, Gio.
Tyler LTO Bell 94 said, "Do we flip Derek Cooper?" I don't think that one's very likely going into tomorrow. Sorry. That's
She is running out of gas.
Howard Stern said, we only got 2 recruits from South Florida that's going to come back to hunt and bank on it. Not really. It's overall a pretty weak year, at least the 2026 class, just for the recruits. And not it's a little top heavy, and it's a big drop off. Not a lot of depth of top quality guys. And you kind of see it with the schools that they're going to as well.
For those of you thinking Miami may pass Notre Dame, the odds are out. Notre Dame is 10-1 to win it all. They are the 4th favorite behind Ohio State, Indiana, and Georgia. Notre Dame is 10-1. All right. Then you've got Oregon, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, Alabama, Ole Miss at 30-1, Oklahoma at 60-1, and Miami at 100-1, which means the books think that Miami has no chance of getting into this thing, unfortunately.
Yeah. 1 milligram of epinephrine. When Miami has won championships, we've done it recruiting nationwide. That's absolutely correct. It's never been just South Florida guys. It's been guys plucked from other areas at key positions.
I think our best players have been from out of the state.
Let's see. We got a comment here from Judah Tribb is the greatest. I'll be live next week on my other channel. I'll introduce you guys to your bowl game. Wee Whiny Bowl, Texas versus Miami. You're out. That is funny. Let's see. Man, usually there's a lot of comments, but today there's so many. I think just people just upset with the rankings and everything.
Yes. So this is we're the only podcast probably on at 1 in the morning. I love people say, is this live?
Yeah.
Is this live? Well, we fell asleep about 2 hours ago, but it's still live.
1 milligram of epinephrine. The only South Florida recruit I really wanted was the DT, who was really a Southwest Florida recruit. So you're talking about James Johnson from Northwestern, who's committed to Texas. A lot of schools backed off of him, even Miami themselves. Just not too many people really interested in him anymore after the senior film made the rounds. Let's see.
I hate it. This guy, Big Cat from Barstool, in defense of the committee, ask yourself this. If Miami and Notre Dame were to play a hypothetical matchup, who would win? Notre Dame. There's your answer. First of all, idiot, they did play. Second of all, who the heck does Notre Dame beat? We beat Pittsburgh more convincing than you did. We beat Stanford more convincing than you did. We beat North Carolina State much more convincing than you did. And Big Cat, do you remember when you guys were struggling with Boston College, who won 1 game in the 4th quarter? North Carolina State as well in the 3rd quarter? I mean, where do they get that Notre Dame is such a powerhouse? They played nobody.
Yeah.
But we have a better loss than you. They lost to a great Miami team. Huh? We lost to a great Miami team. You lost to a great Miami team, but Miami's not great. Huh? Make sense, Gio.
Yeah, no, it's mental gymnastics.
You lost to a great Miami team. Fantastic. Well, it's 1 for Notre Dame. Miami is not a good team.
Howard Stern put, imagine if James Franklin gets to the ACC championship next year. Wow, that would be bad.
Yes, it would be.
His first idiotic jerk. That would be terrible.
The great Neil Rogers.
So this is definitely a Notre Dame fan who's been in here. Judah Tribb is the greatest. He says, we love ND. And he put, Notre Dame will beat you next year. Well, unfortunately, it's not next year yet. It's 2025.
What do we have, a 2-game winning streak, or is it against them?
How many?
How many games have we won this year? Did we win the last one?
Miami's won 2 consecutive over them.
2 consecutive, and then we blew them out a few years ago.
Yeah, I know next year the game's away, but at least when it comes to playing at Miami, Notre Dame's 0-7 going to play Miami at Miami since 1980.
Notre Dame's lucky it'll be cold that day. The good thing is people can plan that trip. I've never been there, but I heard it's an amazing stadium.
Let's see.
That is true. Miami's toughest game is Mario getting in the office and micromanaging. He is not allowed to micromanage as much, though. He has been that taken away from him. But that doesn't mean he doesn't try. I saw him looking at the play sheet, running around saying, I'm like, okay, put the play sheet down, please.
We got another Notre Dame fan. Triflix, wow. ND fan here. I think they moved Bama ahead of Notre Dame, so in case BYU loses, they will have Miami and ND next to each other. I got Miami jumping ND Sunday. We obviously both want BYU to lose because of that.
Well, Notre Dame needs BYU to lose also because they will jump over. So Notre Dame has no chance if BYU wins.
Yeah.
Getting in. So they have to hope for. But a lot of people, a lot of Notre Dame fans, like that Notre Dame Muse account, he's been saying all along, Miami should be over Notre Dame. Miami should be over. He's I'm obviously a Notre Dame account, but makes no sense. And everybody says the same thing. Why play the games? I love it. We'll beat you if we played you. Well, you already did play us. Yeah. Florida Gators last year. We'll beat you if we play you again.
And then they played Miami again and they lost.
The Kansas City Chiefs last year. We'll beat Philadelphia. Was it Kansas City? Who played Philadelphia in the Super Bowl last year? Was it Kansas City?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
We'll beat you if we play you in the Super Bowl. We just beat you. You can't tell a team you're going to beat them if you've already lost. That should be the new rule.
Let's see. Juan Manuel put, Gio, there's a kid in Miami who could have Malachi Tony type impact in Northwestern receiver Nick Lanier. He could play cornerback too, ALA Travis Hunter. Will he reclassify? Millions of reasons to do so, son. There was some discussion about that, about him starting the paperwork and whatnot. I just not expecting any surprise splash right now if that were to even happen. I know there was still quite a bit of work to be done there for him to potentially do that. I think it's more likely that he sticks in his class, which is the 2027 group. But definitely very talented player. VA Canes fan 6878. Top 4 players in college football are Dade County: Reuben Bain, Malachi Tony, Jeremiah Smith, and Fernando Mendoza. Yeah, you can make a very good argument about that. Gilbert Reyes, if we get in, how about a collaboration show with the Orange Bowl boys, D-Money, and Pete's crazy ass at Canes Insight, Donald and Locked on Canes, and Michael Yo? I could arrange that. I know everyone very familiar with everyone that you just mentioned there. Let me see. Orange Bowl. Let me jot that down. I'll see what can be done if it does happen.
What's it, a collaboration with the Orange Bowl boys, G-Money, meaning D-Money, and Pete?
And Pete and Dono.
Actually, CanesWear is the reason Pete. We were the first podcast. He used to do his podcast, obviously, at CanesWear, and we were in with the Canes Insight for like 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 years. Until they went with the Canes Connection, but do wish those guys well. They're good guys. And the Orange Bowl boys, we've done with those guys, Toast and Rowe and Scoop, all good guys. And Locked on Canes, of course, Dono, Michael, Gio is close with everybody.
Let's see here. Notre Dame fan with more stuff here. You play Florida A&M and Central Michigan Chippewas next year. Your schedule is ass, and only hard opponent is Notre Dame next year. You guys are trash. You deserve to watch us this year. So if Miami is trash, and it's backwards logic, because then if Miami's trash, then Notre Dame must be garbage.
Exactly. So their claim to fame is they beat us. Their claim to fame is they beat us, but you suck. So again, we beat Miami. But Miami sucks. So then you know what? Then one of your best victories, your losses. We lost to Miami. We have a good loss against you guys, but you guys still suck. There is 0-0. Are you guys watching from, I'm curious, South Bend? You live in South Florida, and how did you find us? That's what I'd like to know for the Notre Dame.
They're probably searching it up through YouTube, just Miami, Notre Dame stuff, and it pops up.
Okay. Texas Tech sucks.
This is very true what 1 milligram of epinephrine saying. South Florida isn't producing players like it used to. The coaching down here is not at the level it was because they don't get paid. Very true statements. That's having impact on the development. I agree.
Yeah, it was a terrible
more in the area, but it has some of it to do with coaching. And the other thing is I think these things are they very much go in cycles. where you may have a down year, a couple down years and whatnot, and then you'll have a really strong year. Pretty optimistic about that, actually, with with the 2027 and 2028 groups, at least in terms of South Florida.
Is
What's
the contract going to give more money? I know they're going to have a lot more money for, like Miami. Adidas does a lot for Miami. Some people don't like Adidas, but all those camps and everything, it was because of Adidas, Paradise Camp, all the camp. Adidas now has signed a deal with Miami-Dade County to represent all the high schools. I wonder if they're getting product and money. I mean, I guess I could ask Adidas that, but would that help the schools with players and everything like that?
Yeah.
Because the whole Teddy Bridgewater thing was because these kids didn't have they didn't have anything, right? So he had was it Teddy Bridgewater?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he had to go ahead and try to help them, and then he got in trouble for helping them, which was terrible.
Yeah, it's crazy what they do. Let's see here. I wanted to mention about the 2026 group with the recruits in South Florida. People forget, but Malachi Tony reclassified. He was originally a 2026 guy. He would have been part of this top-heavy group this year. It's top-heavy, and then there's a big drop-off after the first 4 or 5 top guys, at least South Florida area. It's not like other years. We don't need a lot of South Florida players. We need the right South Florida players. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. I think it's a little culture problem down here too. VA Canes fan said, our local kids have never seen us be a winner. We are that now. They don't have to go anywhere else to be a national title winner anymore. Yeah, there's been culture established. There has been consistency established.
If for some reason we don't get to the playoffs, I just hope we win a bowl. I know it's not as important anymore. Like to go in on a winning streak that we win the bowl game. We have won one bowl game since 2017, and we won one, I think, in 2006. So 2 bowl games in 20 years. I think that's a good thing to win that last game of the season.
Yeah, whichever it is, whether you're in postseason or it's bowl season.
We're in postseason. I definitely want to win the last game of the season.
Yeah. Let's see. Notre Dame fan, usual stuff. They all say, you guys lost to Louisville and SMU. Let's get real here. Let's not act like Louisville and SMU are 2 or 3 win teams. They both won 8 games.
They won 8 games.
Ranked. They were both
beating our Navy, who lost 4 games, and for they're two of their top 3 wins, the teams lost 4 games. So it's okay when they beat 4 to win teams, but again, it's not okay when we lose to a 4 lost win.
Funny thing is, Notre Dame fans also ignore the fact that Miami beat Notre Dame. So what does that make Notre Dame? If Miami's trash, then Notre Dame's garbage.
Gio, I just came up with a point here. You know, the committee and people saying they don't like us, and they know that we're really good. They said that we want to see originally Miami playing like Miami. Remember, that was the whole thing? And then they saw it. We won the first game. Was it Stanford or North Carolina State? Stanford, right? We were tied at halftime. Then we beat North Carolina State. They said they moved us from 18 to 12. But the more I think about it, they don't want Miami to win a championship, but they're saying, let's say Miami gets in, they're thinking. They play a game against somebody. Then they win. They're home in the Orange Bowl. Then they win that game. They play another game. Then they win that game. They're home in the championship. Miami could have 2 home games in the playoffs, including the championship. I wonder if they're thinking, we don't want to see Miami playing in Miami.
Yeah. Yeah.
An unfair advantage. But we just lost to Louisville in Miami, so I think it's possible.
1 milligram of epinephrine put 10 and 2 times 2 is definitely a return of like what they're talking about, some back and forth here about Cristobal and success here and whatnot. We're relevant for the first time in 20 years. All we need is Mario to not do Mario things to the offense. Yeah, I agree with all that. Absolutely. And Howard Stern asked Gio, who are your top 3 players in this year's recruiting class? So I'll go with Samorian Wingo is really impressed. He's had a tremendous senior year. So I'll put him in that category of one of the 3 most impressive guys. And then the obviously Jackson Cantwell, he's freak of nature talent that he is. And I'm going to go with one that's maybe going a little under the radar. I think he's vastly underrated, but I think he's going to be really good for Miami. Jalen Waters, the cornerback Miami has out of Armwood High School. I think he's extremely underrated.
1 milligram, 10-2, 2 seasons in a row is definitely a return. We're relevant for the first time in 20 years. All we need is Mario to not do Mario things to the O. I agree 100% on that. This is 10-2. Gio said it. If you, I'm sure most of our fans here were here at the beginning of the season. Gio said we haven't been able to follow up a good season with a good season. That has been what we haven't been able to do. And you know what? We did it. We went 10-2, and we went 10-2. While I'm not happy if we don't get in the playoffs, trust me, financially, it will definitely be an impact for the company that sponsors this, CanesWear, the spot Miami fan shop. But we are 10-2. We did what we didn't know we could do. We won back-to-back years, 10 wins. Let's win our last game of the season. If it's the bowl game or if it's the national championship, that's what we got to do. But you know what? We're on the right track.
Yeah. Almost here at the end. So Anthony Montano put, Gio, I believe they're dinging Miami because 2 of their ranked opponents fell off and fell out of the top 10. How can you blame Miami for South Florida and FSU playing horribly after we beat them? Yeah, that's out of Miami's control.
The Gators were ranked also. We played the Gators, they were ranked.
Yeah, at the time, you know what's funny, Brett? Actually, now I remember this. That Virginia team that's playing in the ACC championship this weekend, who, by the way, they are ranked.
They're not a bad team. They're actually
lost to them in overtime, and Miami beat that Florida State team. So it's out of control what those teams do after Miami played them.
Correct. You never know. That could be the reason. Ruben Bay and Messidor, we may have beat them up so bad that they're not the same team anymore.
Yeah. 1 milligram of epinephrine brings up a great point I always say to people, because people look back on that old historic Randy Shannon recruiting class of 2008. He said here, that was a top 10 class because the class was so big, not because it was laden with talent. I absolutely agree. There was a lot of fillers in that recruiting class. They had quite a few top heavy guys, but it was
Randy Shannon class.
Yeah, that one that was with all the Northwestern kids and everything. There was quite a few guys that they shouldn't have taken, but they did.
Yeah. Juan Manuel asked before, how are we going to find out if he is hurt or not hurt? They did put him in for 2 more plays, but he was It was just a decoy. He didn't touch the ball. So what point in time? We'll find out when they play in the game. If they're in the playoffs, we'll find out, oh, by the way, we don't have Jeremiah Love. Committee will say, oh, we wouldn't have gone ahead and voted you in then. Oh, sorry, we forgot to tell you.
Yep.
That's when we'll find out. But that should be like a team has to give their real injury report. Everybody should know what's happening.
I like Carl MIA 305's idea about the California quarterback, the freshman, Jeronku Sagapalo. It's been very good for California this year. Very impressive for a freshman.
So are both running backs out for Alabama? Juan Manuel said Jam Miller may have an ACL injury. He was on crutches. And
the other back, yeah.
So if they're playing well, they've got plenty of backs, I'm sure. That's one thing they've got.
Their running game's been almost non-existent.
Yeah, they're not that good this year. This is the worst team I can remember.
It's definitely
not. Last year wasn't that great either.
Definitely not a Nick Saban Alabama team.
No.
Juan Manuel said, Brett, Ryan Williams said, don't knock his fingernail paintings till you try it, Brett. Just don't put your lipstick. Don't knock it till you try that. Oh, man. So Anthony Montano put, Gio, is this a conspiracy or am I crazy to think that both the BCS and the playoff committee have held it against Miami for over 40 years that we blew out Jerry Faust during his retirement year with Notre Dame? I don't know, 40 years. That seems like a long time. I don't think so.
I mean, these committee guys were probably in their 50s then. So do they still remember it? They're 90 now. It was a joke.
Let's see.
Who is this?
Brother BKL Sport Team.
Name fan.
What's happening, Canes fans? Too sweet for you fellas, but unfortunately, you guys are still 12th ranking, but it's okay. Your team are looking fresh. Don't forget, it's all about next year. Keep it up. Oh, that's a troll.
Yes.
From the Fordham fan and Georgia Dog supporters.
All right. So Fordham fan and Georgia Talk supporter, thank you for joining the show. First, I think that's the first person from Fordham. Rackham. Yeah. SMU and Duke made the conference championship before Mario. Can you get any worse? Well, you know what? That's Howard Stern. I can't even see the name, but I don't know Howard Stern. I think we're 10-2. I'd rather be us right now than, even though we're not in the championship, then I think we had just a little bit better than Duke. I don't think our fans would be happy if we were 7-5 and playing in the ACC. There'd be a dream, but if we're playing in the SEC championship, and if we win, we're going home anyway.
Yeah.
They just qualified for a bowl.
Yeah, literally.
Duke is in the ACC championship, but they don't qualify for a bowl game. Only from the trials of the ACC.
Eric D693. I really think that y'all need to get over this at some point. No one ever is. And it's not just a Miami thing. It's become a national thing.
It's
a lot of people outraged.
Everybody is outraged. People that were not ever Miami's side are now on it. Like I said, we have Colin Coward, who's not a Miami fan. You've got Paul Feinbaum, who doesn't like Miami. You've got that two combination right there. I mean, then you've got others that they know, hey, the game is totally going to be not watered down. What's the word I'm thinking of? If you don't respect the head-to-head games.
Yeah.
That means they can pick anybody they want. It's the eye test. It doesn't matter if you beat them. It's like, I could see, like I said, when Miami was playing bad, lost 2 out of 3. But now we dominated the teams the last 4 weeks. We're playing probably the best football we've played all year.
Yeah.
This game was probably our best game all year. In the cold weather, in the Pittsburgh.
Let's see here. Brother BKL Sportainment Show. Of course, as a Georgia Dogs fan, we are so tired of Bama and look ridiculous because don't forget we lost those guys. Now we are looking to get revenge to get back in the SEC championship. I certainly hope so because Georgia has struggled a lot with Alabama, and it's not even a Nick Saban thing. It's
correct. I don't think Georgia's that good, but I mean, Alabama could have easily won that game on that one too. So we'll see. I think Georgia would love to blow them out this game and then have a bye. Just like, I mean, I'd like to see, here's the chance we have of Alabama not getting in. Georgia is Georgia, and Alabama is the TCU from a few years ago. And that's the kind of score we need. If that's the score, Alabama's not in the playoffs. What was that score? 70-10 or something?
Let's see here. Howard Stern put Manny Navarro to the transfer portal.
Huh?
What?
Really?
Manny Navarro's not with the Athletic anymore? No, that can't be true.
He does the CanesWear report. Too late to text him? Manny.
Eric D693, Miami lost to Louisville and SMU. Enough said. Oh, my God. Yeah, and Notre Dame lost to Miami. Enough said. See how it goes? It goes both ways.
We lost to 2-4 lost teams. And you lost to the team that lost to those two teams. Well, you know, it's a good thing we didn't play NIU this year. That could have been a difficult game. How'd they get in the championship last year, losing to that team?
Yeah.
You said don't count the first games.
Let's see. 1 milligram of epinephrine. They're talking about some of the other podcasts. Said here, Cam doesn't blow smoke like most of the Canes media, aside from Gio. Thank you. 1 milligram of epinephrine. I try not to sunshine pump too much. I try to be a little more balanced. Whether people like it or they don't. I try my best to be a little more balanced in terms of how I speak about things.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I think that's just about it. Richard Jackley said a gutsy win over an Auburn team that lost to Kentucky and only scored 3 points. The same Kentucky that lost to Louisville 41-0. Both teams that Miami lost to are 8-4. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why we said the ACC, the terrible ACC, is 5-2 against the SEC this year. And one of those victories was Louisville against Kentucky, Miami against Florida. We dispatched pretty easily. So the ACC is up 5-2 this year. The SEC should be up 5-2 or 7-9. They should be 7-0 every year against the ACC, the SEC.
Yeah.
I want to say this is the most amazing fan base in the world, Gio. That and up until 1 o'clock. I think we got a new crew starting at 2 o'clock, so we better get off soon. Just got off work. Lord Bakington is in the house.
One Manuel put Miss Hudson and Big Bill are up here in Cold Chapel Hill. Brett, Big Bill wants me to get a 75 Vince Wilfork Miami shirt for me, Miss Hudson. Big Bill gets excited about Wilfork. That's Big Bill. Oh man. Stuff One Manuel comes up. Manny said, "Sleep, boys." Yeah, we're just about wrapped up. Just trying to get to everyone's questions. Gio, I think Nick Saban being from the SEC does have pull, especially if it's against 9-3 Bama versus Miami.
But what happens 9-3 Bama, 9-3
pull in terms of like getting the committee to do a certain thing.
But you got 9-3 Bama, 9-3 Texas. I know Bama's playing an extra game, but Texas is in better wins. They got to work, and Texas's loss against Florida doesn't look as bad as Alabama's loss against Florida State. So you got the Texas people chiming in there. Why aren't we? So maybe they'd say, you know what? We don't want to deal with Texas and thinking we're favoring Alabama. So maybe we'll drop them both out. Could that possibly happen?
Yeah.
Texas is pretty big. I mean, and they came there and obviously got some special treatment. So wouldn't Texas be upset if Alabama gets in ahead of them?
Yeah.
So
Howard Stern put, please make T-shirts saying Mario stay off the playbook or Mario stop micromanaging. That's been requested quite a bit.
Yes. The micromanaging. Levitt can go pro.
But we hope they come back. They could be poached in the portal. Malachi could get money. I don't think Malachi would be poached from Miami.
I heard originally when we lost to SMU that Alabama was going heavy after them. Once they thought they got Horton, they think they can get any of our players.
Yeah.
I like staying home. He's a mama's. I think he wants to be here and make Miami great again, which he's doing. I mean,
Howard Stern put here, we lost our best wide receiver the last 2 years to the SEC. Will it happen again this year, Gio? I don't think Colby Young was the best receiver on the Miami teams that he was on, and I think that's been proven even after the fact. Isaiah Horton is debatable because Xavier Restrepo was really good, and so was Jacoby George, despite the unsportsmanlike stuff that Jacoby would do. You can't deny that he was a really good player.
I like that comment from Doug Gilbert. He says, we're irrelevant, Brett. We famous, Brett, but irrelevant. That's how they find us.
Exactly. Howard Stern put, Jason Lopez will have a better career than all these out-of-state wide receivers Miami's getting. And Miami's bringing in Watch. I disagree. I like Jason Lopez. I don't think he's better than a couple of the guys that Miami has. Brett Levitt can go pro. Yeah, Sam Levitt technically could go pro, but he's coming off an injury. Howard Stern talks about that she feels like Miami didn't put their full effort towards them. I understand that. There's a reason why behind that too. Plus, they like that white boy from California more than him. Yeah, they love Vance Spafford actually. Brother BKL Sport Entertainment short show. Of course, fellas, we are still live because don't forget. Did you just hit the live button?
Well, I didn't hit the live button, but before my Facebook feed went out, so I just hit that. So I don't know if I hit that then or what, but I don't think I can hit that anyway. What the heck am I saying? 1 milligram. What about the running back committed to Texas? Is that Cooper?
Philosophy 625. Yeah, I spoke about that earlier. Philosophy 625. Why is Oklahoma still ahead of Alabama? Because of the head-to-head. Move the goalpost for us, though. What a joke. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. We've mentioned that. Also, ACC should be embarrassed if they don't have a representative in the college football playoff. They could have put UM in. Yeah.
That's a good one. Gio, can you put a screenshot of Boston College in a dogfight with Notre Dame in the fourth quarter scoring time? That would be a good one.
Yeah.
You can put the CanesWear link logo on that one too.
Gilbert Reyes put, we famous, Brett, but irrelevant. That's how they find us. 1 milligram of epinephrine. Gio, how did you get into the position to be a Canes insider? I don't want to necessarily call myself an insider or anything like that. I get things shared to me from people around the program or within the program. Some people like to use insider. I just think, just building connections over time, whatever. I've gotten to learn things more often and more frequently. Yeah, I'd put it at that. I enjoy it, though. I enjoyed being around the program and covering it and been around it for quite a few years now. I enjoy it. Juan Manuel put, Gio, can you put out a screenshot of Boston College in a dogfight with Notre Dame in the fourth quarter scoring? Yeah, absolutely, Juan Manuel. I brought that up. They want to ignore that they were in a dogfight with a 10-loss Boston College team just a few weeks ago. Like it never happened.
Exactly. None of it happened.
H. Canes, Notre Dame folks that was lost to trash teams, yet they lost to Northern Illinois last year. Yes, they did. The hypocrisy is real. Absolutely. Gilbert Reyes, I like this idea from Gilbert Reyes. If we don't get into the playoff and go to a bowl, Malachi Toney should play at quarterback in the bowl game. I like that idea if Carson doesn't end up playing. It's a pretty cool idea.
Wouldn't you like to see Nickel play at least, see what he's got?
Yeah. The Ruiz gang, what they're doing in Miami right now is a disgrace, not only in the playoffs, but for the conference championship, having a Duke team in there. Agreed. The saying, win and you're in. Yeah. This is a good question too. Howard Stern, DeMarcus Van Dyke to Auburn as the corners coach. Do you ever see him coming back here? I know it was more so a thing of him having to cut his teeth more as a coach. It was never really a personal thing. His son's going to be a really good defensive back prospect. He's coming up through the high school ranks right now. He's still a few years out, but DVD junior, really talented. Him coming back to Miami. I never want to say never. There's been coaches that have been here in different stints. Like they've come here, they've left to go somewhere or do something else, and then they come back at some point. So never want to say never, but I don't think imminently right now or like in the next year or so. I don't think so. At least not right now. We haven't been able to follow up anything with a good season last 20 years. Absolutely right. Let's see. Let's see. Ruiz game put, call me crazy, but with the hate the Syracuse coach has with Miami, don't you think he allowed Notre Dame to score 70 on them on purpose, knowing we're competing for the eye test? I don't know.
Ari Wasserman, who's been a big fan of Miami here, he's got it's a national podcast. I think if you put 15 national writers in a room, Miami would be in, and the rest of the bracket would be largely the same. The only people who can't see how insane this is are Notre Dame fans.
Yeah. Ari's is absolutely right.
Stuart Liddell, who's also got a big account, 200,000 followers. The weekly rankings shows are such a disservice to the process, which is true.
Yep. Howard Stern put being 10-2 and missing the playoffs is like having 10 Brazilian girls in your room, but they're all oh my god. Okay. Lord Bakington III. I always love his screen name. That's
Me
great.
too.
ACC could have easily vetoed this Duke ACC championship game with Virginia, making it, and said Miami and Duke out. Absolutely. They both have the same conference record. You know what? Big Ten did it before.
Yeah.
They overrided their rules because of a certain technical.
But could they have done it without a lawsuit?
They
don't want to get sued. They were sued. They don't like to be sued. They're a wimpy conference. It's as you said, ACC, a crappy conference.
Yeah. 1 milligram of epinephrine. Duke is capable of burying the ACC in a never-ending lawsuit. ACC isn't going to do anything that results in Duke being that angry. Also, Duke is North Carolina, so the ACC is fine with them going to the championship game. True.
Duke is Duke's the old. I mean, it's Duke and North Carolina. That's the two main schools in this conference. Obviously, carrying more than just football. They don't carry football, but
yeah.
What's this series?
London. He's getting Notre Dame moving to 10 is the only college football playoff preparing for BYU to lose, and Miami go to 11. They will swap us for Notre Dame with the head-to-head win. That's the hope, but we'll see. And there's like 3 or 4 more questions here, but here we go.
Hear ye.
He said, hear ye. I just woke up. Oh, thank you for stopping by, though. 1 milligram of epinephrine. I love D-Money and CS, but they're state media, and it's obvious. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm good friends with Danny, with D-Money. Been very good friends with him for years. Brother BKO Sport Entertainment Show. Unfortunately, I definitely agree with Richard Jackley comment. Miami should go to college football playoffs. Seriously, Commissioner, enough is enough. Yeah. DVD going to Auburn. Good for him. That's awesome. Yes, that's a very good spot for DVD. 1 milligram of epinephrine said, wait, CanesWear is open?
We're at 24 hours. No, just kidding.
Howard Stern put here, who are your top 3 players that have a breakout year next year? Malachi Tony not included. So I will go, I think Joshua Moore could make a big step next year. I think Jabari Antoine could make a really big step too. I know they're really excited about him. And I'll go with one more. I would love to say Justin Scott, but I think everyone's seeing it now that he's starting to hit his stride, that he's going to be really good. So I'll go with one outside the box. I'll say Cam Pruitt. I think next year could be a really big year for Cam Pruitt.
Now, you didn't mention Pringle because you think that he's already known, or?
Yeah, I think it's already known.
Will this be Pringle's team next year? If he comes back, he's going to be the number 1 back, obviously. But they've also got Jordan Lyle. Will they be 1, 2, or is Lyle going to ever see? Is he staying or no?
We'll see. I
Can't
haven't heard anything about him like actually leaving yet. So,
but that would be a good one too. But we need a big back too, probably. Do you think that you think Fletcher could be coming back, or probably not?
Fletcher, I have doubt about that because considering that he's had injury history and most running backs want to get out within 3 years.
Would he be drafted?
Then he had another injury this year too. In terms of drafted, not going to be super high. If he does get drafted, if there's anything there, it's possibly late rounds, if it is possible.
Now, if he has 1,000 yards, well, you don't think it would move up that quickly anyway. So you see, I mean, you look at the kid that went last year. I thought he would have I thought he'd shine as a rookie. He hasn't played much at all.
Yeah.
Martinez. Has he played at all, Martinez?
In the NFL, sparingly.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Fletcher's a little faster than him, correct?
Yes, at least in a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Is
Zach
it-
Poyser, I think, is going to have a stud year on defense next year.
yeah, I think Zachariah Poyser will elevate again. Gilbert Reyes. What other fan base has a podcast for hours into the next day? Only the you. You guys are the best. Thank you, Gilbert. We actually got right to the end of your guys' questions just now. Brother BKL Sport Tamer Show. I really don't get it about Duke versus Virginia in the ACC championship. I was thinking Miami has a chance to enter an ACC championship versus them. Yeah, that has to do with all the tiebreaker stuff and everything. It's that unfortunate.
ACC unfortunately didn't care enough to figure this out beforehand, especially as soon as they saw. Could they have changed it in the middle of the season and said we're changing the tiebreaker, or no?
It's very tough because also the thing, like what happened with the Big Ten, it was also during the COVID season, which saw some conferences have shortened schedules and whatnot. So some games were uneven for teams; they would get canceled if teams had the COVID virus and everything. It's just a total mess.
Yeah, to go ahead and credit Duke for losing to their two best opponents, which is what they did, and they got blown out, I think, by Virginia. I don't know if they were blown out by Georgia Tech also, were they?
Who?
Well, Duke got blown out by Virginia.
Yeah.
And were they blown out by Georgia Tech too? Let me see.
I can't remember the score of that right now.
Well, you take the next question. I'm going to check this. I'm just curious. If they got, and those are the two teams that gave them the higher seeding than us.
Which is crazy.
So they lost. That's how stupid this conference is.
Yeah, it's a terrible tiebreaker rule. Lord Baconson put, I see Kellen Wiley seeing a lot more playing time next year. I absolutely agree with that. Let's see. H. Canes put, how many do we take through the portal? Rough numbers. Actually, a number I've heard, actually somewhere in the range of about like possibly 12, maybe a little more than that. Portal additions. So we'll see.
67-35 combined score in those two games. And they get credit for those two because those two had great records in the ACC.
So we'll finish with Howard Stern tonight. He said, I guess nobody wants to coach for Penn State. Yeah, they're still going through the coaching search. And the last one, when are you getting the Malachi Tony jerseys? And is it going to have that Hall of Fame patch on it? I think they're talking about the George Myra patch on his jersey.
That's a good question. I don't think it'll have the patch on it, but I do know they're coming. I keep saying that, of course. But yeah, so I do know they're coming. I think, well, hopefully we're not going to have them on Black Friday, I know. So it is Tuesday. Should be here any day. I think they're being finalized now. But the Hall of Fame patch, I would like to get those patches and put them on. That would be a great idea. So thank you for that idea.
Oh, and he's got another great one before we get off. He put, if Duke wins, you never know. Penn State, they may hire Manny Diaz.
That's a possibility, actually. Would he leave for Penn State, you think?
Oh, he was DC there and everything. I know they really liked him as a DC, but I don't know. I still think it's, I don't know, taking on a program like Penn State for him. Like, there's a difference between like coaching Duke football and going to Penn State. It's very big.
Have a great year at 7-5.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we don't lose any of our coach, or at least our defensive coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, is that it? Appreciate you guys hanging out all night. Only complaint is you don't do it often enough. Yeah, I think we do need to do it. If we did them, though, we wouldn't be able to do 5-hour podcasts.
Yeah, it would be like shortened up.
Yeah, so if we did shorten up, I would love to do more with Gio, and do an hour and do it just to do what's up, what's going on with everything like that. There's really nothing, add a little basketball. The basketball team won tonight against Mississippi. So yeah, I'd like to do that if we could talk about it. Just not a 5-hour one, do another 1-hour one or so. Of course, the season's over. We do have the transfer portal coming up. When is that?
That'll be next week.
Next week. Okay, so that is on for 2 weeks.
Signing day.
Signing day is on right now.
Oh, today actually.
Today, if we wait up a little longer, they can fax the letters to us. Faxing right directly to the CanesWear
right by the fax machine.
Exactly. Let's go with it. Guys, thank you so much for staying with us and joining us. Tell your friends. We're definitely having fun. It seems like Mando was just on the show. I think he left 2.5 hours ago, or 2 hours ago. Like, wow. The last couple hours just flew by. I feel like we could do this like the telethons, raising money all night long. That may be something we do for Dolphin Cancer Challenge or something. That'd be kind of cool. But Gio, tell everybody, everybody knows, but tell them again where to find you.
Yeah, everyone can find me on X at Gio Million. You could also find me every week here on the CanesWear podcast with Brett, with Mando and everything. Sometimes Comics on Canes, Who Wants Mo. I was on Locked on Canes last week, 560 WQAM. Like to try to spread myself around, get on different shows and everything, and just talk ball, basically. So, yeah.
Well, all right. So, Gio, maybe we'll hope to see you guys all soon on another podcast. Hopefully, obviously, we have the games on Saturday. What time are the games? First game is at 12?
I believe it's at noon, yeah.
At noon, and then at 5? At what time is the second game?
Should be about 3, and then continues from there.
All right. So, and those two conference championships, and possibly some people said UNLV and Boise State could have a little bit of a factor on Notre Dame's strength of schedule. Is that correct?
Yes. If UNLV
we can go both ways. There's nobody else playing that affects us at all, correct?
Yeah, I mean, well, at least when it pertains to the Miami Notre Dame thing, yeah, no, just I mean, would obviously BYU would have to lose. You don't want Alabama to lose because then it kind of gives the excuse.
Yes, unless they're blown out, we don't want Alabama to lose. We want them to win. Gio is called. I feel like he's calling like the presidential race right now. Gio is calling that we want Bama to win with no % of the precinct reporting. Guys, remember to like and subscribe to the FTSN network. Bobby and the team do a fantastic job. Lots of great programs. If you guys ever want us to have guests or anything, that may be something we can do, Gio. On a regular basis, bringing guests and things. I know Gio has a whole lot of people, and we can do some fun things like that. I think we can do in the off season as well. Remember, we're sponsored by CanesWear, the spot Miami and South Florida fan shop. Christmas and Hanukkah and all the holidays are coming up soon. So if you haven't done your shopping, check us out. Got lots of cool sales, doorbusters, and everything like that. Remember to download our mobile app. We're going to be having quizzes and other things soon once we get that set up. We're going to have writers. If anybody wants to be an amateur writer, we may be able to include you on that as well. So let us know. Maybe we'll even do the comedy hour with one annual after hours. So CanesWear.com, CanesWear in Davie, 2655 South University Drive. Our app is great. And just starter jackets, you'll need them for the ACC champion. No, we're not playing on that. So just thank you so much, guys. We appreciate everything. Appreciate all of you. Happy holidays. And we look forward to seeing you soon. Any last comments, Gio?
Nothing much besides that. Hopefully some luck on Miami's side for once.
Yeah, we need luck. If Miami wins, this is going to be unbelievable. I mean, if we get in the playoffs, we're going to do something really special on the next show if we do. But I can't believe it's 1:30. Is this the latest podcast ever?
This is the latest one ever.
Latest for us, and we went over 4 hours. So tell your friends those crazy guys went forever. So with that saying, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate you all. Go Canes. Let's get a good signing day. This is a huge week for the program. We look forward to seeing you soon. Go Canes.
Go Canes.